private premises for rent or lease, or intends to rent or lease. And sir, intentions are interesting things. I can tell you today what my intention is. It can change tomorrow, it can change by the hour, it can change by the minute. So I think we need to be clear in that. And I'm not saying that it needed to be stronger. I do think it is clear that if your intention is to build something for the purpose of leasing and renting in the future, you need in some way to take, to recognize that some of those units that you are building should be able to accommodate persons with less than full abilities. So I think it's an interesting section, but the way in which it is written leaves a lot of latitude. I would then move to part 10 of that same bill, which then speaks to existing buildings and really speaks to the need to retrofit. And I would like to express my grave concern, frankly, that saying that every building in Barbados within the next 3 years must be retrofitted, unless you can prove that there is some structural or some other mechanism that is set in there. I think in section 4 of, or part 4 of section 65, it says if you can demonstrate that there's a disproportionate or undue burden, then you don't retrofit. I just think the reality is that in a small nation that we are, with the limited resources that we have, that this is a great piece of legislation, but we're setting ourselves up for failure to think that we could retrofit every building within 3 years. So I do hope that in the practical implementation of this, that perhaps it would be better to have a plan and for building owners, both in the private and the public sector, to come forward within a reasonable period of time and say when and what they can do within what period of time. And that may be a better way of achieving what Section 10 was seeking to do, which was to have existing buildings retrofitted into the current standards. The other thing in Section 65, sir, that I want to highlight is the requirement to have disabled parking, or I don't particularly like that term, but that's what it's called, parking for disabled vehicles, or vehicles who facilitate disabled people. I'm concerned that I do not know what standard we are using to determine how many parking spaces are needed. Already within the building code, it is a requirement when you submit plans for buildings which are going to be used by the public, there is a requirement to have parking for disabled. But it has been brought to my attention on a number of occasions that we can't, it's not clear as to what is the reasoning for the number of these spots that are chosen. I can say personally that I'm aware of certainly one building that I frequent where the requirement was 4 disabled parking spots out of a total of, I think, 96 parking spots. And there's actually no one in that building who uses those spots. Now, they're there and they're available in case, and perhaps that is the right proportion. And I'm not simply asking, sir, what is the right number? And is there a mechanism for when a building, depending on what it might be, how many disabled parking spots that you need? Because they are about 50% larger than a normal parking spot, and as we know in Barbados, parking is a challenge. So I'm hoping that there is some latitude and some thought will go into that. And the other thing, just as a little aside, I want to raise with that is, you know, when we get to the other piece of legislation which I'd like to speak to, which is the modification of Section 88A in the Road Traffic Act. And as an aside, sir, I have not been able to find Section 88A. I believe it exists, but I have not been able to find it, and the clerk hasn't been able to find it for me either. But I believe that it exists, and it has an existing fine in it, which we are modifying to now read $5,000. But when we get to that, on a practical matter, I want us, and I think this comes down to the point I'm going to make a little bit later on enforcement, is that what happens on a Saturday evening when a building is closed to the public, but someone chooses to park in a disabled parking spot. I do hope that we're not going to find ourselves in a situation that we think that we can charge someone $5,000 in a private building when the business is actually closed. And it doesn't speak to this. The reality is, at any point in time that you park in that parking spot, if you follow the letter of the law, you could be subject to a $5,000 fine. So I think that comes down to how practically are we going to impose it. But that's my point. So I've made the point on the buildings, I've made the point on the retrofitting, and I would like to turn my attention very briefly, sir, to the Road Traffic Act. And it's a very simple amendment, and I would like to endorse the Honourable Senator Cummins, Leader of Government Business, in calling for not just a fine. I think that the time has come in Barbados that we get tow-away legislation that allows private and public servants, the private servants empowered to do so, to tow away vehicles who are parked in disabled parking spots or parked illegally blocking roads. We should be able to tow it away, put it in a pound as they do in the United States or Canada or the United Kingdom, and if you want your car back, go and pay the fine. Then you can get your car back. I understand the idea of putting the boot on the car that someone mentioned in here. I understand that, but the problem is that the car then remains where it is, where they want it. I would prefer you to tow it away. So I support completely the idea that not only should there be a fine, but we should have the right to remove the car from where it is illegally and make the owner, driver, whoever it is, have to pay the fine before they can return, before that vehicle can be returned to them. But to me, sir, this comes down to enforcement. And this is a very small little amendment being made to the Road Traffic Act. And where I would like to spend my time today, if I might share with you, is to talk about enforcement of the Act in its totality. Sir, I am deeply concerned in Little Barbados that every day I drive on this public road, even this morning, sir, coming here, and I would say almost every day, I will observe breaches to the Road Traffic Act that go on every single day with no enforcement happening with it. Those breaches include, I'll tell you one that frustrated me most on Monday. This maybe will get a laugh. Can you imagine, sir, that when you are traveling on the ABC highway, sir, and it's, now that schools are back out, it's quite clogged at times. But this week, on Monday, was my first day back at work after traveling a bit. I forgot that school was back in force, and I found myself on the ABC highway at about 8 o'clock. And it was not a good place to be. But as I was traveling in the northward direction, and I got there by the Bell Junction, to my surprise, when I pulled and I stopped in the left lane, all the cars behind me turned left at Bell. I thought, well, they must have some new route that they were going. But no, sir, that's not what they were doing at all. There's a new lane. You go left in, you then make an illegal U-turn around the roundabout, then you come down the filter lane. Yeah. Well, sir, after I'd been passed by probably 30 of these cars, I decided to take the law into my own hands. I did not take the law in my own hands. I considered taking the law into my own hands. And had I have done that, what I would have done is I would have moved over into the left lane and stopped. And then I would just travel along, had I have done it. And I would have traveled along in parallel with the car next to me, making sure that no one else could avail themselves of this new lane. But that's just one instance, sir, of the many breaches to the Road Traffic Act that we see daily, sir, and its enforcement. So changing this regulation and saying we're going to now charge people $5,000 for parking in the handicap, I agree, but please let us enforce not only that regulation, but all the other ones that are being ignored. I know that this Senate, this Parliament, went to great extent to pass legislation for wearing helmets. Again, I can see on a weekly, perhaps not on a daily basis, a weekly basis, persons on motorcycles, bicycles, not wearing helmets. It's not a legal problem, it's not a law problem, it's not something that we can fix in here with the legislature. This is an enforcement problem. We need to enforce the laws that we have on our books. Sir, the other part of the Road Traffic Act I would like to speak to, and perhaps it's an area which I do not know well enough, and maybe it doesn't exist in the Road Traffic Act completely, but I would like to see much more robust legislation in our Road Traffic Act dealing with noise pollution. The noise that some of these vehicles, and especially the motorcycles, are making on the road is unnecessary. Disturbing the peace. I've heard Senator Dr. Rogers speak about in here. I remember when the debate, sir, was on the kites and the noise and the need for peace and quiet to relax and to be able to sleep and for your own health. Those motorcycles, sir, it is unnecessary for them to be making the amount of noises, and the cars as well. And just so that, you know, everyone in here knows I'm the president of the Barbados Motoring Federation, and yes, there are race cars, and yes, there are race cars that make noise. But I will tell you that the Barbados Motoring Federation has noise limitations on rally cars, 108 decibels, and they are measured, and they're measured regularly. When you hear these loud cars on the public road, or loud motorbikes, it has nothing to do with legitimate motorsport, okay? We need to do something about that noise pollution. Thirdly, sir, on the subject of the Road Traffic Act, I would hope that the other area that we could turn attention to is emissions. Because we are doing a great deal, and our Prime Minister is championing the cause of a carbon neutral, a small islands developing state, and everything that we can do. And it is completely unnecessary, again, for some of these diesel vehicles to be bellowing the pollutants that they are bellowing from the cars, and that can easily be enforced. So this all comes down to an enforcement matter. I don't need to speak about the motorcycles and the ATVs that do wheelies all about the place. We see them every weekend. We know it's illegal, we don't enforce it. It needs enforcing, sir. So that's what I am calling for. I am calling for much more stringent enforcement, because it doesn't make a difference if we pass different laws in here. We can pass all the laws that we want, and it will make no difference if they're not enforced. And sir, I will then finish on connecting enforcement to the sad state of affairs that I see this country in today with rising crime. And sir, it worries me greatly that when we let the small little things like you're not wearing your helmet, you're slipping down the side road and doing a U-turn to come back on, each one of them is a building on indiscipline. And let us not think for a moment that that does not lead to some further indiscipline, and it builds and builds and builds upon itself. And I'm going to finish with this story. 30 years ago, I first opened a business in Trinidad. And my friends down there, at the time, I thought crime was horrendous in Trinidad. And my friends down there would say to me, Andrew, don't worry about it. That is gang members shooting gang members. Nothing to do with us. And I thought, as a Barbadian dancer, I thought, boy, that's a sad thing for you to say. That is a really sad thing. How do you justify by saying, well, it's one bad boy killing another bad boy? But sir, I'm hearing that today. That's how we're excusing the behavior that we have in Barbados. And I believe that it is tied to an indiscipline that starts even at the smallest level, whether it be breaching the Road Traffic Act or feeling that you can park in a disabled parking person's spot and ignore it, as a story that Senator Cummings told, it is constant discipline, small matters, and there is, in a Chinese proverb tells us, it's a death by 1,000 cuts, and that's what it seems to me. One little cut, little cut, little cut after. So, sir, in closing, I do hope, I support this legislation. I think it's doing all the right things. I think that there's a nexus to tourism. We have 280,000 people in Barbados, but we have somewhere in the order of 800,000 or 1 million tourists per year. And these laws apply to them and benefit them, and they'll see us as a progressive country who will recognize and welcome people who are differently able. And I will also say, sir, that while I myself am not differently able, I have a daughter who is differently able, and I do understand how it affects, and perhaps I'm in the better off side of place and I can provide for it, but there are many people who can't provide, and I think that this legislation goes a long way to helping those people who find themselves in that situation. And it has my full and complete support, and I ask you just to think carefully about 3 years, maybe we need a little bit longer, think carefully about enforcement, because the laws are only as good as we enforce them. With those few words, I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Malibu. Senator Paris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to make a brief submission in support of this bill. It is a bill that is long overdue, and I am happy to be part of this debate, and it's coming because the Barbados Labour Party has made that pledge in its manifesto, and it demonstrates that the Barbados Labour Party takes its manifesto pledges seriously, and that we are a caring government. I am happy that persons with disabilities are being recognized and be allowed to live normal lives and not be tucked away in a corner, in a house, and, be told when they can go out and whatever, but be allowed to live normal lives. Senator Malibu spoke about the increase from $500 to $5,000. I am happy that this increase is coming, but I also believe that with this increase, we need to have, like Senator Malibu, enforcement. Make sure that it is police and that persons pay the money, not just put it there and do nothing about it. I have witnessed on numerous occasions persons who have disabilities struggle to go in a normal park after seeing an able-bodied person parking in a disability car park. These persons then have to walk, take this long distance to get to the building they are going to, and the normal parks are sometimes too close, and it makes it difficult for them to maneuver a wheelchair or their cane because they do not want to bounce the other vehicle and that type of thing. So it is time that consideration be given to these parks, and when you are parked in a disability area, that you be paid the money, the $5,000, and that can only be done if we have proper policing. Mr. President, another thing that I am concerned about is that we have lots of electric vehicles on our roads. And we know that these vehicles are silent. So we need to make every effort to make sure that persons who are traveling with disabilities can be here when the vehicles are coming, so that if they step on the side road, they want to step down, they will know. So I don't know, but we need to give some consideration to what needs to be done so that it would not endanger the lives of these persons. The Transport Board, they had a new operational policy in place, and that is for persons who are visually and hearing impaired. Drivers are not, let me say that, drivers should slow down when approaching a bus stop to allow commuters who are visually impaired or hearing impaired to take corrective action if they want to step in the road. They have also put in place that buses should not overtake one another on the road, and the buses should not pass another bus at the bus stop. Unless there's a defective bus, then you can pass that bus. The second bus must pull in behind it and wait in case a person with a disability wishes to catch the bus. I think the Transport Board should be commended for putting this new policy in place for persons with disability. We are expecting a new fleet of buses coming to the Transport Board. And they are making the step when these buses will be retrofitted with a special horn to bring an awareness to the presence to the persons living in this community. I am sure that this measure will go a long way and make it easier for these persons who are visually and impaired to be able to navigate and not put their lives in danger. Mr. President, I am happy today to be part of this debate, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of People Empowerment and his team at that ministry for the hard work they have done in bringing this bill before us. Special mention must also be made of the Committee for Improving the Lives of Persons with Disabilities, and on that committee was a member of this Senate, Senator Andrelli Boyce, who I know did a lot of hard work in bringing it to reality. So, Mr. President, my 2 points are that the implementation in the fee, this $5,000, that in order for it to be effective, that it should be policed and we should have monitoring, and that every effort must be made to ensure that these persons are protected, because more and more electric vehicles are on the road, and they should make an effort to ensure that their lives are not in danger, and implement something that would protect them and would allow them to hear the vehicles when they are approaching. So I know this is Senator Cummins' ministry, so I hope that she would come with a solution to protect the lives of these people. Mr. President, I'm obliged to you.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummins. Senator Reverend Canon Dr. Rogers.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues, and Happy New Year to you and to all those who are sharing this broadcast. I rise only to add my voice to this particular piece of legislation because it would be remiss of me not to. I believe that this is a landmark piece of legislation and really reflects the development in our country, and on a religious level, it reflects what God intends for humanity. And if you would permit me a little bit, sir, just to go into a little bit of a theological reflection on how we have come here, because as a society influenced by the Judeo-Christian tradition, in the Old Testament, to be maimed or disabled was seen as some sort of curse or punishment by God. And so, for example, persons with disabilities were not allowed to enter the temple. They could not be a part of the community in that way. They were there, but they couldn't go in. Of course, there were laws that you should not put stumbling blocks in their way, but the reality is that they were not seen as equal to other people. For example, Malachi in his book, chapter 1 and verse 8, chided the people for bringing disabled animals to sacrifice because as far as he was concerned, they're not whole. We cannot have them. And the same thing extended to humanity. Granted, in the Christian tradition, Jesus came to bring a new perspective about humanity, but we see that the community with which he was dealing also had that mindset that something is wrong with people who are disabled. So time and time again in the Gospels, for example, in St. Mark's Gospel, chapter 10, the story of blind Bartimaeus. He was blind and deaf, a blind beggar. And he wants to have an experience with Jesus, but the people are telling him, man, shut up, the man has no time with you. He's crying out, but as far as they're concerned, you're not fit to meet him. You're not here. And a similar thing happens in St. John's Gospel, chapter 5, with the paralyzed man at the pool of Bethesda. He's sitting there, and the belief was that the angel will come down and stir up the waters. And if you got into the water, you'll be healed. But we're told that every time the angel came and stirred the water and he moved to get there, people came ahead of him and he just couldn't get in. And so Jesus reached out to him to level the playing field for him as well. And likewise, I believe the one that would impact us most in this debate is chapter 9 of St. John's Gospel with the man who was born blind. And Jesus' disciples asked him, who has sinned, this man or his parents? And Jesus said, neither have sinned. This man has been born blind so that the glory of God may be revealed. And here he's not speaking of the physical wholeness that he would bring the man, but the wholeness that this man is a part of our community and we should treat to him as a part of the community. And perhaps that is the segue into what we're doing today, because these people are here so that the glory of God may be revealed, to test us, to test the extent of our empathy and our love, to test the extent of our care and compassion. And we know in Barbados only too well, as Senator Paris just pointed out, there was a time when such persons were locked in their rooms. Families were ashamed to have a person who's disabled. As a priest, I've spoken to people, predominantly women, who did not see the father of the child the day after that child was born. Never came back. Never had anything to do with the child. And these are real stories, and some of them may be listening right now. And those women have had to work and do whatever is necessary to raise those children on their own, to show those children love in this community. And so, though we call ourselves a Christian society, I always remember years ago in 2009, 2010, after I'd written a book back then, and then Dean Harold Critchlow, emeritus, who was also a member of this chamber at some point in time, he had read the book and he said to me, oh, chapter 6, you do realize that Barbados is an Old Testament community, right? Mm-hmm. I said, what do you mean? He said, just watch it. Barbados is an Old Testament community. And by that, he meant that a lot of what we practice and believe is grounded in the Old Testament and not necessarily in the transformation that Jesus brought in the New. And so the situations that I just described to you of women being abandoned and so on, those are part of an Old Testament mindset. I am happy that today we can be here to usher in and to celebrate something different. It has been progressing over time, but I believe that this piece of legislation will go a long way into achieving what God would have us be as a people. And it's quite a coincidence, sir, that we're having this debate in the Senate, in this chamber, on the birthday of Martin Luther King Jr., one who would have fought for equality and justice within our world and within our society. And I believe that that is what we are seeking to achieve in this piece of legislation. I just want to highlight 3 areas of the legislation that particularly the Rights of Persons with Disabilities bill. Some of it has been flagged before, but I think it would be incumbent upon me to do it again. Part 4, Section 21, Protection from Discrimination. And I want to highlight here particularly the sexual rights of persons with disabilities. Again, these are things that I would have encountered in my ministry. And there's a general belief that these people should not be able to exercise any sexual freedom whatsoever. But we have to remember they are human. They have emotions, and they have feelings. And I believe that this is something that we ought to pay very close attention to. As Senator Andwele Boyce would have pointed out earlier, but of course, you know, it has to be carefully done, especially in the area of reproductive rights. But I want to remind us that one of the greatest physicists and cosmologists in the world, Stephen Hawking, was a disabled person. Brilliant man. He had a family, married, because he existed in a society that fostered that kind of interaction. And that is the type of society I believe that we're aiming to become through this legislation. And I look forward to the time when people with disabilities can be regarded as they are equal human beings in our world and experience not only equality but equity, what Jesus would have done, where we seek to level the playing field to make things accessible to all. Also, sir, the right to education in Part 5, Section 27. Again, this is one of the areas that we must champion and must be very diligent about, because I know we've seen it already in our community. We've seen persons go to some of our secondary schools in their wheelchairs. We've seen the other students pushing them around. We've seen how they would have developed over time, the university and so on. But that must be available to more than just a few. I always remember when we were preparing the Charter of Barbados 2021, one of the discussions we had, one of the meetings we had was with a group of disabled persons. And one young man, I always remember him, he was almost in tears because he said, you know, I told somebody that I'm going to enroll in the university, and they asked me, what's the point in doing that? What are you going to study for? You know, so there's still that perception in this society that these people are just there and they ought to stay there. But we've seen, even amongst us here, our erudite brother, Andwele Boyce, and what he has been able to. And then, of course, sir, the right to employment, Part 6, Section 35. Again, we cannot set quotas because we're not there yet. We're not there yet. But we have to work to get there, where more persons with disabilities have access to the type of training, the type of education that will fit their particular needs and enable them to be productive members of our society. Of course, one of the hallmarks of this particular piece of legislation will be its holistic approach, where we're not only looking at the person with disabilities, but the entire circle, the caregivers and the family in general, because families suffer just as much as the persons with disabilities. Families have to be the ones who are constantly there. Families are the ones, some members of the family are the ones who give up their time and any progress in this life to make sure that their loved one is cared for. And that can have psychological effects on them as well as it has on the disabled person. So I'm very happy that that particular aspect of the equation has been brought into the legislation to focus on persons who actually care for the disabled and the family of the disabled as they deal with the challenges that are before them, as they deal with the perception of society as well. Because it is not only the disabled person who is ridiculed or seen as less than by the society, it's the whole family that is affected. And it is time that we move beyond that as a people, as a New Testament people. Sir, Senator Malauulu spoke to enforcement, but I believe that the best laws that we may have and the best legislation that we may have, if we have people who just do not care, no matter how good that legislation is, they just do not care. And so yes, there must be enforcement, and I'm sorry that the clerk is not here, Mr. Haynes, I think it is. Mr. Haynes, right? The gentleman. Jones, Mr. Jones. I spoke, where did I get Haynes from? He gave a brilliant eulogy, if he would put, I'm sure he doesn't mind me saying, at the funeral of Police Inspector Lawson Lovell. And in that eulogy, he pointed out how on his first day when he had his new car as a young budding lawyer, he went and parked in the wrong place. And he heard this voice, no, 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 not there. And that was the end of that for him. And Mr. Lawson Lovell brought him into line, and he never did it again. I don't know if we have those kinds of law-abiding citizens anymore who would listen to what is happening, because a lot of the elderly that I interact with have decided to stop driving on our roads. Not because they're not capable of driving anymore, but just the crazy way that people are driving. Just what people are doing on the roads. This morning, taking my daughter down to that place in Waterford, we passed a car, sir, that the back windows of the car were actually speakers pointing out into the road and blasting as though he was a community DJ. These are the things that we still face in our society today. So there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of enforcement, but there has to be an attitudinal change for our people within our society. I do not want to harp on what has been taking place in our society in terms of violence and so on, sir, but it all comes into this because disabled people are vulnerable. I experienced that only this summer when, I think I mentioned it here before, my back gave out in August. I had never felt anything like that before. It wasn't only the pain, it was just the vulnerability. I just could not move. And one day, my wife and daughter had to leave home. I was home alone. And I was sitting there and I said, but suppose this house catches a fire. What will I do? And then I realized, but that's the everyday experience for some people. That's what they face every single day. So anything we can do to make their lives easier, anything we can do to level that playing field, we need to do. Even if it is only ensuring that we are not dangerous to them in the society. Ensuring that we conduct our lives and ourselves in such a way that these people are not endangered by our reckless behavior. And so I want to encourage the public of Barbados. Yes, this legislation will be passed. It is hallmark. It's a great piece of legislation. But it requires good people. It requires decent people within the society to ensure that those amongst us who are disabled, well, all of us, because disability is only one incident away from many of us. Disability may be only one diagnosis away. In a country that is renowned as the amputation capital, disability is only one diagnosis away. And so I believe it is incumbent upon us all to recognize that this legislation is about us. It's not about a small group of people. It's about us as a people. And I want to implore the people of Barbados, not anyone out there any more than myself, to just remember that today we can be good and walking around and happy. Later today, that can change. So let us do whatever is necessary to level that playing field and make life as comfortable as possible for those who are disabled in our society. And with those few words, I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Reverend Camden, Dr. Rogers. Senator, the Honorable Chanda.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to speak this afternoon on the matter before the House, and I want to take this occasion to really commend the architects and the engineers, the architects and the engineers and the brains behind this movement, and I choose the word movement deliberately. And therefore, I also want to single out the Honourable Member for St. James North and the other place, the Honourable Edmund Hinkson, who not only was the chairman of the commission itself, who is not only an advocate for the disabled community, but in my view, he's a champion. And I want to place on record for this House my commendation for his sterling efforts, and long may this House reflect that he has been a true champion, not only in this regard, but in other walks of life, but he's brought the I don't know what the honourable member is alluding to. But, Mr. President, seriously, it's really a moment for all of us as a country to rally around this soon-to-be legislation, as it were. And why is it important? Barbados, like many countries in the world, has had to go through a number of challenges over these centuries. We've come through many of those challenges. We are an independent nation today. We are a republic today. We're a country that is the envy of many around the world. We are strategically located in terms of our geography. We have a high quality of life. We have a very good education system, as it were. Of course, reform is necessary. But equally, it is a country that, because of our history, we have an obligation to ensure that we are as inclusive and fair to all as possible. And that is where I want to start my contribution this afternoon. And why is it important? The country, for example, continues to grow. The economy is growing. You see all the different indicators, whether by domestic measure, regional measure, international measure. And we must ask ourselves as a society now on the eve, or as it were, approaching our 60th year of independence, how do we ensure that as the economy grows and that our society advances and that we create a better quality of life for all, that we ensure that our disabled community is part and parcel of that legacy that we're now building for all generations? And why do I say that? We take it for granted, and as the Honorable Senator Cummings spoke earlier today, Mr. President, I reflected on a few of her remarks, because why? You take it for granted, you get out your car, as she said, you go to any beach in Barbados, you get out your car, you close the door, you walk down to the sand, you go on the beach, you come back, you wash off, you go home. You had a nice time at the beach. But for members, or for some members of the disabled community, that is inconceivable, due to no fault of their own, but it is the reality that they have to live. And we have an obligation, and this bill before us, and this, as I said, soon to be legislation before us, really speaks to the broader issue of a country, and not just government. Yes, government is anchoring this, but I feel proud to be part of a country where our country has now reached a stage where we said, in my view, as a society, we've taken too long to get here, but we're here. But we've now reached a stage where we're saying that we must always include the most vulnerable amongst us. And speaking with reference to what we discussed earlier in terms of the Bible, I am both an Old Testament and a New Testament young man, because there's some things that are still applicable on both sides. But when you look at the role of Jesus, when he came to the earth, he closed the gaps that existed. And therefore, the New Testament became the fulfillment of the entire embodiment of what God envisioned for the world. And I see this equally as the closing of a gap in many respects for our disabled community. And how do we go forward on this? And it's going to be key. So I want to start on the issue of accessibility. I spoke briefly on the analogy that Senator Cummings made about the beach. But I also want to focus part of the discussion with respect to when we look at how we engage in terms of business. And this is going to be my call to all of the business entities, whether it be a corner shop, whether it be a hotel, whether it be a travel agency, whether it be anything, even entities in government. We must now ensure that every possible process that exists, that those who are not in the disabled community participate in on a daily basis, every single process of business in this country must now be disabled friendly, every last one. And as the Prime Minister always heard from now famous maxim, we must deconstruct and reconstruct and ask ourselves, how do you ensure that if a member of the disabled community comes into your shop to buy a lovely piece of pigtail, that you have the modes that can allow for them to complete the transaction? One, finding the usual suspects of ramps, of course. The height of your steps must be akin to fair access. And why am I talking about that? It also treats the issue of standards. Because why? You mustn't have a situation, Mr. President, where, and I'm just speaking frankly here, if you're designing a road and the sidewalk in Part A of Barbados is, let's say, and I don't know the measurements because I'm not an engineer or a civil engineer, but I'm just giving an example. If part of the sidewalk in Part A of the country is, let's say, 3 or 4 centimeters high, and another part of the country is 7 or 8, the person in a wheelchair, for example, now has to navigate or is accustomed to having better access here, but over there, in the other part of the country, or in another business, it is not the same. These are things that we must address. Because why? We have to create a level playing field for all of our citizens and residents, visitors to our shores, that they must have accessibility. And it is going to be key, and it can define this jurisdiction as a jurisdiction that is one that is really looking ahead, not just to treat persons coming to our shores, but looking homegrown first. How do we ensure that those born here and who live here and call here home, who are members of the disabled community, have the requisite access to infrastructure, and infrastructure that is compliant with their realities? There's some people who may have visual impairment. There's some who may have audio impairment. And equally, if you walk into a restaurant and you are visually impaired, there should be some mechanism, whether by, well, of course it doesn't have to be audio, where you can be able to interface with your, the machines. All of the machines which have the PIN codes, Mr. President, should have Braille. You see it in parts of Asia. You see it in parts of, even now, the Arab world. But this is where Barbados must now move to. Of course, the transition will require costs at some point, certainly. But if we're talking about inclusivity to the disabled community, everything that we take for granted, if we go into a restaurant now, and I take out my card, and I put it into the chip and pin reader, I look, and I touch, and I put in my 4 or whatever digit pin. If I'm visually impaired, have we ever thought about what a member of the disabled community who is visually impaired would have to do in that regard? So it's that literally going and stepping back and thinking, if I was visually impaired, what would I need to ease, to facilitate me doing the same thing that those who are not differently able would be able to do? And that is part of that. And therefore, it also requires a level, in my view, of the staff of our businesses around the country to be aware and to be sensitive. And that's this last one, sensitive, is key. Because let's face it, our people are lovely people, Mr. President. Very robust and warm personalities and Barbadians. But from time to time, you may find, going into a service establishment, that you may find somebody who ought to know better, who ought to deliver service in a spirited but friendly way, sometimes being a little overzealous and can be a bit offensive. How much more those who are members of the disabled community? And that sensitivity training is going to be key, because it's not only about setting the sector apart in terms of our service deliveries, but we must ensure that as we deliver service to our people, that those on the front line of service are particularly aware of the rudiments and the issues of the community. And I want to therefore take this opportunity to call on the HR teams in every business. And sometimes when we think of HR teams, we think of these large departments in large companies. If you have a one-man shop, you are also the HR manager. True? So I want people to think of it not just in the formal corporate way of thinking, but in the humanistic way. How do I, and it goes back to Reverend Rogers' point, how do I treat my brother and my sister? And we incorporate that into our way of doing business. And therefore, one of the things that will happen, and will continue to happen rather, is that even as we look at the ease of doing business report, well, they now rebranded it and call it the World Bank B2B report, and Senator Cummings, of course, who leads the Ministry for Business and Commerce. On my side, Investment, Economic Affairs. This has to also be part and parcel of the review, in my view, for how do we ensure that this country and the ease of doing business must be wholeheartedly behind ensuring that all bottlenecks, kinks, quirks that can and are affecting the disabled community are removed once and for all. And I make that pledge, certainly, as Minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment, to do all within my power, working with my colleague, to really ensure that we can lift the ease of doing business, of course, for everyone, but in particular, those most vulnerable amongst us. And then I briefly want to look at the quality of life. This country continues to provide a good quality of life for our people, and we've become accustomed to certain things that has made us Barbadians proud throughout the years. And the improving of quality of life takes many dimensions. But I want to throw a challenge to them, because why? You hear the government, Mr. President, from time to time, actually quite often, speaking on the whole issue of resilience, speaking on the whole issue of raising our standards, speaking to the issue of excellence. And when you look at the whole issue of quality of life, whether it be quality of education, quality of service, quality of healthcare delivery, quality of the actual food and nutrition that you get. One of the areas I want us to focus on is the technological development side of the quality of life for the disabled community. Government spends large sums of money in education for decades. And I think when you look at climate resilience, when you look at infrastructural resilience in particular, we are now moving and encouraging our young people coming out of university and the polytechnic, etc., to now reimagine what are some of the needs that we have that we can now create solutions that are Barbadian, but not just to treat the Barbados, but can be exported globally. Equally, we must now also use this as an occasion to ask ourselves, what are some of the things, and this is where the Council for the Disabled and the Commission, in my view, can work together with the private sector and the academic community. What are some of the things that are needed that can make the life easier of the disabled community better, that can now be backed by research and development and created as a solution or a series of solutions for the disabled sector in all of its different complexities? Because the disabled sector, and I call it a sector, because even though it's a community of persons, they have tremendous insight on a number and a range of things. And I want them to now see Barbados as their launch pad for the world. Because why? We can be that global jurisdiction, as Senator Cummins said this morning, that can be a globally competitive economic base, buttressed and backed by a disabled community who is actively participating in the global economy. And therefore, there's tremendous opportunity for the creation of solutions for those in the disabled community. So technology must now, particularly in the context of AI, artificial intelligence, therefore, must now be able to help those in the community in ways that it has never done before. And why am I saying this? Hitherto, generationally, and unfortunately, broadly speaking, we've seen situations where those in the disabled community oftentimes are not integrated in many other things. This must not be the post-Republic reality of Barbados for the disabled community. They must be fully integrated where possible, and what do I mean? Let me qualify where possible. The truth is, Mr. President, there are some who, in terms of their mental realities and challenges where they exist, may not be able to participate or fully participate in the things that I'm talking to. But the vast majority of them have very sharp intellect. Very, very sharp intellect. I remember when I was studying law in the UK, I had a colleague who on the spectrum of autism was on the severe end. And he was in an LLB program with me at the University of Essex. And he graduated at the top of the class, ahead of all of us. And his method of delivery was different to ours. But if you ask him to write an essay on a point, sound points of law, well-researched, and, you know, It tells you, therefore, that our system, our education system, our society has to now create the tools and the limbs to facilitate that gift that God has given to them. And this will set this country apart from everybody else. And we're not using this legislation to compete, because this is not about competing. This is really about enabling. But equally, from a moral standpoint, it will set Barbados in a different realm amongst the family of nations, who therefore can be proud as a people, pride and industry. That industry must also include our disabled community. And very briefly, Mr. President, when you look at the fact that Barbados faces a number of climatic challenges constantly, Caribbean as well, it already happens with the district emergency entities. But I want to encourage all of us, communities, businesses, churches, to really look out for our people, particularly given that the climatic realities has now changed what was the norm. We have to now be mindful and ask ourselves, whether you're a politician, whether you're a pastor, whether you're a priest, whether you're a shopkeeper, who amongst this in my community is disabled? Do they have access to transportation if there's an emergency, a natural disaster? How can I play my part in my own individual way or my community way to ensure that they can be moved at a moment's notice? So community databases is going to be important, working hand in hand with the state agencies. Because why? That obligation for us to uplift our brothers and sisters is paramount. If we call ourselves a Christian society, notwithstanding that we may veer from the left or right from time to time, some of us more than others. Clear throat, should I get some water? Yeah, perhaps, Mr. President. But we must really now retool and relook and deconstruct even at the local level to ensure that those amongst us are protected, we know who they are, and we have the systems to build out rapid response where necessary. And I really want to reinforce that point. As I said, the district emergency mechanism is there, yes, of course, but it mustn't just be that. We must now ensure that the disabled community has our full support in everything that we do. And I just simply want to, as I close, once again commend those who have been the driving force behind this, and to put the challenge also for the record for the future. Because notwithstanding that we are discussing this today and soon to be passed the legislation as it were, but we must also, because life changes, and if you don't have a disability, you still have to adapt to life. You have to retool and to reskill. But equally, even more so importantly, those who have a disability, Mr. President, their realities aren't changing, as it were. And we as a society have an even greater obligation to ensure that as the world changes, they change with it too, and are facilitated and eased at every turn. And therefore, this legislation must also be a living one where we constantly look at it, given the importance of it, and to where in the future, in 5 or 10 or 20 years from now, amend as necessary so that it is responsive to the needs of those in the community. So with those words, I just want to once again commend it and to pay homage to the brains behind it as well. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Blackburn. Senator Monteith.
Thank you, Mr. President. Permission to remain seated, please?
Certainly.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody, and Happy New Year. I have not spoken to some of you properly for the New Year. This afternoon, as some people expect, I'm going to be reviewing the legislation, the pieces of legislation, a little differently. And I want to go on record and say that my review is obviously based on my skill. It has nothing to do with whether I think this is an important piece of legislation. I think I've made it clear over the period of time that I have been a member of this honorable, the Senate, that I have an interest in ensuring that persons who are differently abled or persons with disabilities are not disadvantaged in the way that they are currently. Now, I know, having said that, there are some people who are going to still say that I did not want the bill to pass. That is not it. What I am saying is the purpose of the bill is one thing. The drafting of the bill is something else. And notwithstanding our desire to get this bill out there for our brothers and sisters who are differently able, for our colleague, and I have personally experienced disability, and while I'm in no way trying to equate myself to anyone who was permanently disabled, I think Senator Cummings alluded to persons with temporary disabilities, and notwithstanding how you become somebody who is unable to function holistically, there are persons who will suffer through no fault of their own, or even if it's their fault, that everyday living will become a challenge. So there's no question that this bill is important. There's no question that it is necessary. There is no question that, to use your words, Senator Boyce, and I was thrilled because I've used those words in here before. You said whatless, I said whatless and indifferent. We have those people here. So we need legislation to deal with those persons. And I would go a step further than, I was going to say Professor Malaloud, I don't know why, but I'm going to go back to Senator Malaloud, Mr. President, and say that he and I think he said, and Senator Cummings talked about clamping, and he thinks that they should have to go into a pound and you have to pay. I feel that there should be a 3 strikes and you're out and you go to prison. You do it 3 times, because there are some people who will be able to pay the fines if it's 5,000. There are some people who will go to the pound. So let's carry it up a notch. And if you do this 2 times, 3 times, you face the possibility of incarceration unless you can come with a plausible reason for disadvantaging, if that is a word, persons less fortunate than yourself, or even if not less fortunate, who just cannot. I don't even think you should take away the license, because some people will do that, and I don't think that's enough, because you might be somebody who can hire somebody to drive you around. You need to feel it in your core. My situation, sir, has me sitting down now when I should be standing in the Honorable the Senate. This season that I have been in has been nothing short of extremely painful. I did not go and get a sticker because I meant that I was not going to succumb. I was going to fight, and I'm not going to label myself as disabled. And I thought, too, it was disrespectful for those persons who were truly disabled. I did not get a sticker. But what it meant is that parking became a challenge. Parking, some days, I just sat in the car and cried because you can't get out. And if I get out, I have to get out on 1 leg because you don't have enough room to turn for 2. When your legs hurt, 1 leg, and y'all know I'm not bony, so it's not gonna work out so well for me. It was very challenging alighting from the vehicle when I was in my very painful stage. And if you can't turn your legs to stand up equally on your legs and use the cane, no, that was pain, that was excruciating. Hence the reason that you have the parking spaces with the room. And what about the persons who have wheelchairs, or the persons who have the electronic wheelchairs, where you have to give them room for the, what do you call it, the lift? We should not have to legislate this. We shouldn't even be talking about this. But every day I'm gonna call the name of where I am, and I'm going to say I am not blaming the walk, because they have them demarked properly, they have poles, they have signs, it's very bright. But we have people who will come in and think that they can come and park there. And what is offensive, it's bad enough if an elderly person does it, even though they're able. But when you have the able-bodied ones, you know, the ones that have the pants down below so we know the color of the underwear, Mr. President, them? No. And the music loud? No. Prison. I am there. And I am not doing this because I had a situation, because persons in here will recall that before I had the challenge with my legs, I was talking about how in Barbados we had legislation where if you lied to the police about where you were flying your kite, the fine was higher than if you parked in a disabled parking spot. Back then, it was $1,000 if you told the police the wrong address when we were dealing with the noise of the kites. And it was a higher fine to drown an animal than it was to park in a disabled spot. So it's not about me personally, it's just wrong, fundamentally wrong. I start there. I want to pause and I want to say this, Mr. President. You see Mr. Edmund Hinkson, and know that he dealing with this ever since. As long as I've been practicing, and I'm never gonna say how long I'm practicing, I've got people in here that I think younger than how long I'm practicing, so I'm not going to admit it. However, recently, he together with, did she interrupt, Mr. President? No, I was going to say the young gentleman, Senator Andwele Boyce, reached out to me to let me know that the bill was starting to happen. Senator Boyce WhatsApped me, and he then connected me to Member of Parliament for St. James North currently, Mr. Edmund Hinkson. I'm looking at you, sorry, sir, to let me know it was happening. And I will always say thank you to them. And Senator Boyce has interacted with me since he's been here on matters related to persons with disabilities. So I'm going on record acknowledging that, both Senator Boyce and Mr. Hinkson. Mr. Hinkson went further, and when he did his media statement on or about December 14, 2024, he called my whole name in his media statement. My whole name. He didn't allude to it. He called the whole name, Independent Senator Monite. The only thing he did is he called me an SC instead of a QC, but I'm not going to hold that against him. And he made mention of the fact that I had called for stiffer penalties for parking in disabled parking spots. So I salute them and I commend them for acknowledging when persons other than government members say things that make sense, that they still acknowledge that there are persons outside of the government that make sense, sir. I am pleased with the increase. I'm going to go on record, y'all don't hear me say that often. I'm pleased with the increase. I am not vexed about the bill, sir. I am not. You know what is upsetting me? The drafting. We can want to punch above our weight. I've heard it been referred to the bill for the rights of persons with disabilities. Transformative. The best in the region, I think I heard Senator Boyce say this morning. I wasn't here, but I was listening. And for that to happen, the drafting has to be on point. We cannot keep passing legislation that is badly drafted, doesn't make sense, has errors, because notwithstanding the purpose, you are passing bad law. It's going to have to be amended. So I am imploring the government this going down. When I am highlighting today, Because this bill doesn't have a commencement date, and I'm disappointed about that too, but it is going to be passed by proclamation. Take the time to look at what I'm saying and fix it before you proclaim it, so that we can pass it properly. I am imploring the government to do that. Okay, sir. Sir, if you're following me, you're going to need both of your pieces of legislation, because I'm going backward and forward because of how it was drafted. There are things that, and the thing is, you know what I don't understand, sir? You have, Lord, I'm gonna say it, Lord, I just ask you to cover me, amen. You have lawyers in the other place that outnumber this place. You have law reform. You have people that can read and write, though. Some of this, you don't have to be a lawyer to pick up that it is not making any sense. And it hurts me. I am loath. But I cannot sit here as an attorney at law, a Queen's Counsel no less, and not bring to the attention of those who need to hear what needs to happen with this legislation. I don't want it to be perceived. I can't do anything with people's perception, but this is my position. The purpose is sound. The content and intention is clear. It is sound. But you can't send it like this. You can't. Let me rephrase that, because y'all got 30 seats. Y'all can do anything. I encourage you not to. Let me go. Sir, I'm going to start with the smaller one, the Road Traffic Act amendment. First of all, sir, like my colleague, Senator Malalu, and he hasn't told me I can say this, but I was unable to find the Section 88 that this is amending. And I'd be happy if somebody could confirm that there is a Section 88 that it currently exists that warrants this amendment, because I couldn't find it. And that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, I just couldn't find it. And it has happened before where we sought to amend something that was supposed to have been amended, but it didn't hit the books. So I hope that that is sorted out. Be that as it may, sir. If you look at page, and I'm going to do what I don't normally do, sometimes I'm going to refer to the page to make it easier for people to follow. My references are going to be to clauses and not sections, because this is a bill. So on page 4 of the Road Traffic Act bill, the Road Traffic Bill, we have an amendment of Section 88A of CAP 295. And you see this thing, by the way, Mr. President, of using CAP? That's lazy drafting. CAP is an abbreviation. It should be chapter. CAP is lazy drafting. Take it out of the legislation, please. If you are doing legal drafting on UE, you're going to get marked down. So, and I read, sir, and I quote, Clause 2, Section 88A of the Road Traffic Act is amended by deleting subsection 3 and substituting the following. 3, a person who contravenes subsection 1 or 2 is guilty of an offense and is liable on summary conviction of a fine of $5,000. Great. Wonderful. According to what is supposed to currently exist, we're moving from 500 to 5,000. Lovely. On paper. My question is, Mr. President, how is it being enforced? How? Because summary conviction means it's a criminal offense. Right now, police are not coming to an accident unless there is, and I quote, a fatality, serious injury, hit and run incident, pedestrian involvement, mass casualty, even or potential breach of peace, or suspected criminal activity, end of quote. To get a summary conviction, that means you're going to a magistrate, which means there has to be policing involved. If we're not getting police to come to accidents anymore, we have to rely on the insurance people to come out, who is going to get us the summary conviction for $5,000 for somebody parking in a disabled space? I'm just asking, have we thought it through? Because if we haven't thought it through and we haven't worked out enforcement, all this is what we would call in our world a paper judgment. It has no value, it has no worth. Now, I volunteered a couple years ago to oversee it, but I also made it clear that you would have to make it make sense for me, i.e., put me in the same category as the myriad of consultants that the government engages on a regular basis. I digress, sir. Now, what is good for the country is that a number of banks have declared a profit. We have the Afrexim Bank open for business. So perhaps the powers that be can engage with these people who have surplus to find a way to help manage and pay for what is going to be required, because you're going to need cameras. You're going to need personnel. You're going to have to pay people. You cannot keep paying people the way you pay people for tribunals, $200 a month and thing. This is serious. If you are saying that you are taking into consideration and you're serious about differently able people, this is critical. So before we can clap, we have to identify. And as I said, I see this on a regular basis down at the wall, notwithstanding the fact that it is fully marked. But yet, when you travel overseas, you see people parking far away and walking to the various wholesale places where they've gone to shop, because the law will deal with you everywhere but Barbados. We don't have police. I don't see any evidence in the legislation giving the minister power to create a team of persons who are going to manage this. It is a good idea. Follow up and get it enforceable, please. That is my take on this increase to 5,000. And I'm glad that it's happening now, especially in light of the fact that I feel like it's like a bon voyage kind of piece of legislation, all the best, thanks for everything kind of thing, Mr. President. And I'm glad it's associated with the person that it's associated with. It's up to who's left behind to get it enforced and make it make sense. Mr. President, I now move to the bill that will be eventually the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2025. In the preamble of this bill, it says it's an act to provide certain rights to persons living with disabilities for the promotion and protection of full equal enjoyment of rights, for the elimination of discrimination on the basis of disability, for the welfare and rehabilitation of persons with disabilities, and to provide for related matters. No one who is halfway decent is going to have a problem with this bill. It's needed, it's long overdue, it needs to be done, it should have been done ever since. I'm glad that it's gone this far. But let's look at it. My first disappointment is that this bill was done in a way that it doesn't have a commencement date. This bill is going to pass by proclamation. And I discovered that before I had read the bill. But when I read the bill, it became clear why it could only be a bill by proclamation, because the underpinning legislation that will make this bill effective is the Social Empowerment Agency Act, which doesn't exist, as far as I know. It's certainly not accessible on the Parliament website. It certainly has not come through this chamber. There are things, I think it is Senator Boyce and Andrelli that said, there are things that need to be done. I think it was him. But things need to be done because you are bringing agencies together and so on. So you know what I want to know? If the government with 30 seats that controls every agency that is a statutory corporation, therefore controls everything that is to come, everything that is legislation, why did y'all not bring the two bills together so that when we finished the debate, everything was finished and everything was fine and everything could be passed? Even if this bill did not have issues that I have picked up, it still can pass today because the Social Empowerment Agency Act has not been dealt with. But almost every page of this bill makes reference to the Social Empowerment Agency Act or the bill or the tribunal. So it's almost like you put on your shoes without putting on your socks. And to me, it's like you get people excited that something's about to happen, and then when, though? Where are we, though? Why, though? Pull together your legal people, bring everybody from different departments and say, we're meeting at this location to do this bill until it is finished because it's that important. That's what I think should have happened. Anyway, so there was that disappointment. A proclamation and a piece of legislation that's not even pending, it's not in draft as far as I know. Major disappointment. So what it has done in a way to me, because the narrative that has been created, it's this bon voyage, you're diluting the integrity of the bill. You're minimizing the work that went into its construction. Because you're bringing it, but you're kind of partly bringing it because what you need to make it come to the fore doesn't exist. And that's not fair to the people who went and had 70-something meetings. That's what I think you said, 76 meetings, Senator Boyce. That's a lot of meetings, Mr. President. And a lot of input into this. Where's the Social Empowerment Agency at? Where is it? We have it referred to in this bill, describing Social Empowerment Agency or agency means the agency established under the Social Empowerment Agency Act 2024 and in brackets Act 2024-blank. The definition for National Advisory Committee means the committee established under the Social Empowerment Agency Act 2024 in brackets Act 2024-blank. At clause 5, the Social Empowerment Agency shall be responsible for the administration of this
act. A point
act.
of order, Mr. President.
Oh, boy.
Yes, what's the point of order?
A point of elucidation, having spoken to the broad framework that will govern the legislation. The Social Empowerment Agency bill that is referenced here has been laid in the Parliament and is expected to be debated soon. And so, while I take the Senator's concern, some of the comments are slightly, I don't wish to say misguided, but some of them are indeed slightly off kilter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Boyd. Senator Tate, please continue.
Mr. President, as I said, when I checked the website, I didn't see it. I'm unaware that has been laid. It certainly hasn't come our way. The fact remains that what I am saying is a fact. We have this here blank. Whatever the intention is, to my mind, it should come before or during or at the same time, or, you know, that's my opinion, and that's what I'm sticking to. We have, as I was saying, clause 5 speaks to the agency will be responsible for the administration of this act. I want you to know, Mr. President, if you're not aware, that the functions of the Social Empowerment Agency, when you look at it and you count them, there are at least 30 functions, and that's just functions alone, ranging from clause 5, and you have clause 5, subclause 1, subclause 2, subclause 3, actually 2 goes all the way to R. No, I beg your pardon. ST. And then there's a subclause 3, which has nothing, sir, to do with the fact that the Empowerment Agency will also be responsible for receiving and investigating complaints, which is clause 6. and responsible for investigation regarding alleged breaches of the Act, that's clause 7. And is also responsible for alternate dispute resolution, clause 8, assistance with complaints, clause 9, assistance with high court proceedings, clause 10, registration, clause 11, and there you have it, sir. So it is a wide-ranging agency that is going to be very busy with lots of responsibilities, but it doesn't have any power right now as we debate this bill. Something that I don't quite get. Sir, specifically with respect to clause 5, subclause HI, the agency will be responsible for maintaining a confidential register containing the particulars of persons with disabilities. And while I'm on the topic of the responsibility of the agency, I just want to say, based on something that I heard Senator Boyce say this morning, whereby he said there's a dearth of information for persons with disabilities, I am hoping that if and when that is remedied, that this confidential register will be truly confidential, because really and truly, it is not right that persons' personal business as to their situation, which for the most part, apart from being private, could be medical, whatever the case may be, should not be in the public domain. So I am hoping that this will be maintained and upheld. I'm also hoping that the powers that be see it fit to make it unlawful to breach this confidential component and make it appropriate for persons to be fined. I do not know if it is provided for in the legislation. I certainly hope that it is sufficiently a deterrent that persons will be afraid to basically talk about people's business. It is not right. Mr. President, I now want to move on to part 3 of the legislation, which deals with the tribunal. And this, I was attracted to this section in particular for a number of reasons, some of which are obvious. Let me start, sir, with clause 13. Clause 13 says, and I'm at page 24, the Barbados Disability Rights Tribunal is hereby established. Now, sir, in the definition section, the reference to the tribunal was made at page 16, I believe it is. And it's about, a quarter down the page, and it says tribunal means the Disability Rights Tribunal established under section 13, which is the one I just read, sir. The problem with that, sir, and some people will say that I'm picking, but if you define it as the Disability Rights Tribunal in the definition section, and then refer to it as the Barbados Disability Rights Tribunal in the body of the Act, you are doing bad drafting. And it ought not to be. It's plain and simple. It is a word, but it is Barbados. If I see it, everybody else should have seen it. Fix it, make it right, is what I'm thinking. And it ought not to be. No. So the tribunal shall comprise 3 members. And that is at clause 14, and it is clause 14.1. Clause 14.2 says, inter alia, that a chairperson, the tribunal shall consist of the following members to be appointed by the minister after consultation with the Social Empowerment Agency. A chairperson who shall be an attorney at law with at least 7 years standing, who has expertise in disability matters and/or human rights matters. I'm not sure why you're restricting the attorney to that extent, but I don't quite understand that. B is a deputy chairperson who shall have expertise in social protection issues, and one other member who shall be a person with disabilities or represent an organization for persons with disabilities. I'm sorry, sir, I'm reading clause 14 to A, B, and C respectively. I say again, the tribunal shall comprise of 3 persons, and a chairperson shall be an attorney at law. But then at clause 3, the chairperson shall preside over the tribunal's proceedings, and where the chairperson is not present, the deputy chairperson shall preside. If you're supposed to have 3, you can't have 2. And if the chairman is supposed to be a lawyer, you can't have the deputy chairman unless he's a lawyer who shall have expertise in social protection issues. Plus, tribunal, by definition, TRI is 3. So you need to have 3. It shall be 3 persons. So something is wrong with this section that makes provision for the chairperson not to be there. Yes, in the schedule, and I will get to that, there's reference to the minister having certain powers. But the way this is written, it looks as if the chairperson isn't there, and the deputy is there, the tribunal can rule. That is not true. And it's reading in a way that is not good for interpretation. It's allowing for the tribunal not to be 3 members. I think it was Senator Worrell speaking of maybe it should be 5. I am aware that the Severance Payment Tribunal has 4 sets of 3 persons. It might be that the government needs to reevaluate what they're going to be doing so that I understand the quest to hear matters. And I expect, frankly, that when this is up and running, the amount of persons coming forward will be many. I expect it, because if you are now getting an opportunity to be heard, you're coming to be heard. If you have rights, you're coming to exercise your rights. You're expecting and hoping to be protected. You gotta fix this though, because you can't have a lawyer, but not have a lawyer, and have 3 people, but not have 3 people. This needs fixing. This needs fixing. And to say that the minister, there's a provision in the schedule that says the minister can appoint people temporarily. But if you're a chairperson going to a funeral, you are not going to get the minister to bring somebody for that day, because a minister appointing somebody temporarily involves a cabinet paper. Which minister is going to engage? Y'all already have the minister reviewing the legislation every 3 years. I can't wait to see how that's happening. And then 6 months he has to review. So there's no penalty if the minister doesn't review her, Mr. President. I noticed that too. The minister is to review, but I ain't seen a penalty if he doesn't or she doesn't. I'm just saying. But I get the point. You're trying to say we're serious. Let's be serious though. Do not have ambiguous drafting. Do not have things that are not clear. Do not have things that will allow an attorney to come and question it or to challenge it. Thank you, Mr. President. I saw your signal. I'm also concerned here, sir, and I think Senator Boyce spoke to this. There's provision for investigation of anonymous claims. There's provision for, in clause 15, a party to a complaint referred to the tribunal may either appear in person before the tribunal or be represented by it, which sounds like if the complainant doesn't come, somebody could come on their behalf. I expect that those persons who are acting for respondents will have a problem, because the burden of proof in this legislation, which is outlined in clause 23, speaks to a person alleging a violation of this act shall bear the burden of presenting a prima facie case of discrimination or victimization under this act. And the burden of proof shall then shift to the respondent to disprove the allegations. If you're allowing anonymous claims or persons other than the complainant to come, I'm not sure how that is going to work. And this legislation makes provision for a fine of $1,000 for persons who give false information for registration purposes. So if you recognize that people don't always tell the truth, you need to be careful what you're doing with your respondents. Mr. President, I would like you to bear with me because I have one last important area, well, more than one, but certainly this one. This legislation makes provision for the Evidence Act to be followed when it comes to taking evidence. What I'm not quite understanding, Mr. President, with this is if you have to follow certain legislation in order to give evidence, why is it then that you're not making provision for those persons who will want to give evidence in defense? When I read this, it seemed as if it was somewhat one-sided, and I understand why people will feel that way, but at the end of the day, it's important that persons have or feel that they can defend. The other thing I don't understand is we keep hearing about the courts are being overworked, and we refer to the High Court all the time. But this legislation is making provision for assistance with High Court proceedings and appeals to the High Court. You are encouraging backlog. I'm not sure why the appeals and the assistance wasn't to the Court of Appeal. It's going to happen faster if it goes to the Court of Appeal. It's more likely to be heard sooner rather than later if it goes to the Court of Appeal. And there is a precedent where there are certain tribunals. I think for certain the employment rights legislation makes provision for appeals to go straight to the Court of Appeal on issues of law. That helps narrow down because an average person who loses at the tribunal level is not likely to go and do law. But this one says you can appeal facts and law. You don't want this in the High Court. You need it in the Court of Appeal so that it can actually be heard and dealt with. This is not good for the High Court. No disrespect to the High Court, but the High Court is overworked. It's backlogged. It's bogged down. If it wants to be effective, it needs to be the Court of Appeal. One last thing, Mr. President, in the schedule, I'm seeing reference to, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. I mean, sir, to be quite honest, right? Clause 35(8). Nothing in subsection 3 or 4 shall preclude a person with a disability who has been discriminated against from applying to the Chief Labor Officer pursuant to the Employment Rights Act 2012, Act 2012-9. The Employment Rights Act deals with unfair dismissal. This should be employment, open brackets, prevention of discrimination, close bracket, Act 2020-2026. When you turn shortly to page 41, Mr. President, clause 40, subject to the provisions of the Employment Protection of Discrimination Act. You're protecting the discrimination, Mr. President? You can't bring this kind of work to the Senate and don't expect me to pick it up. It should be prevention of discrimination. If you don't do these things, you're going to pass it with this type of thing in it, and it's not going to make sense. The clause 41 that has about 6 ministers working together to collaborate and formulate schemes and programs. My question is, who's taking the lead? Who's taking the lead with respect to clause 41? Who is it, the senior minister, the prime minister? Who's going to take the lead in that happy throng of labor, disability, education, social empowerment, respectively? I'm curious. And I'm finished, Mr. President. I'm going to say this one last thing. I'm really going to end up. It says in page 68 in the schedule, clause 8, the minister with responsibility for disabilities, and on that note, that's quite a gauche, the minister with responsibility for disabilities. Could we not find something softer? shall make appropriate arrangements in relation to the provision of remuneration of employees of the tribunal. As far as I know, the tribunal consists of 3 persons. Who are these employees? And if they're employees, since when is a minister hiring people in conjunction with an agency? That too needs to be looked at, Mr. President. I think I've highlighted enough. I could spend more time because there are other things wrong, but the point is, I don't come to just find things wrong. I come to support. To get support, please take the time to do it better. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Tate. Sorry. Senator Reverend Charles Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President.
He was 4 speakers ago.
I rise to lend my support to these matters that stand before us. I want to begin by saying that I take these matters here very seriously because in terms of disability, I can speak from a personal perspective. Sir, as you know, I taught at that place in Waterford. And I happened to teach 3 of the persons who came in with disabilities. Most Honorable Carrie-Ann Eiffel being the first. And then there was Craig Nurse, and then there was Janine Olden. But the thing that gave me hope in the future is to see the students at Camembert School come into the assistance of these 3 persons who had their disabilities. And they were able to live their school lives in virtually normal circumstances despite their disabilities. But my relationship, sir, it was even more intimate because during the 80s and early 90s, I used to visit New York every vacation to be with my nephew, who was Down syndrome. And sometimes I used to ask myself the question, why would the person with such? Because he appeared so intelligent, but yet, and I use the word yet, so handicapped. But then I had my own experiences too, sir. And that is when I recognized that a disability is only one even minor accident away. I've often said in my life that I would never sit in a wheelchair to go through an airport or the airplane. I said that. I detested walking with canes or crutches. But in England, I had a very bad knee, and it had to be replaced. And I remember going to the hospital, and the nurse told me she was going to, they were planning to do the general anesthetics, and then she told me she was going to do the local one, and she was going to inject something from my back, my lower back down. And I asked her if everything was going to be all right. She said, yes, everything was going to be all right. I said, nurse, is everything going to be all right? She said, yes, everything is going to be all right. I said, nurse, you don't understand me, I asked you if everything is going to be all right. She said, Mr. Morris, it is going to be all right. As you can see, sir, I've gotten up and I'm standing.
Like if you had a concern over the peculiar disability, potential disability, please continue, Senator Morris.
But, Mr. President, I'm standing and I'm here. I almost thought that Senator Rogers had seen my notes when he looked at the reasons for the attitudes towards persons with disabilities when he referred to the scriptures. So since he dealt with that, I will look at the other historical reasons, sir. Because apart from the fact that theologically then, if you were sick, you were cursed by God, let us go way back into our own history, and you will see that some of those persons who were caught in that slave trade, some of them, when they were caught and they realized that they had disabilities, they were thrown away. When they reached the fort and they had disabilities, they were just thrown away. When they came across the Atlantic on the Middle Passage, if there was not enough food, if the ship was overloaded, the first persons to be thrown overboard were those with disabilities. And then when they reached the Caribbean, a lot of them got their disabilities and that scrambled effort to obtain enslaved persons on the plantation. They were thrown away. And on the plantation, they were seen not as contributing to the economics of the plantation, and therefore they too were discarded and abandoned and left like that. And I'm afraid that some of us, when we were small or younger, without any proper knowledge of disabilities, we just sometimes scoffed at them, jeered, and whatever. But sir, even then, the philosophers had no uses for persons with disabilities. Even though Malthus, the population expert, he did not openly say it, but you can tell that in order to reduce the population, one of the things a set of people you had to rid of the population were those who were disabled. And then we come down to the social Darwinists, the survival of the fittest, because persons with disabilities were seen as burdens on the society. The eugenics practiced by Goebbels and Hitler and all of them on those persons, sir, because they were seen as a burden to society. This government, sir, pledged that its philosophical underpinning was that of covenant. Not a social contract, it was that of covenant. And covenant, sir, means that you work for the best or the betterment of not only every individual, but those individuals who are on the fringes of society. That persons like those who are living with disabilities are empowered. And that is what this legislation is about. Social covenant governing our attitudes towards disabilities. I want to say that a society like ours needs to exercise care and compassion to those whom we consider not normal. Care, sir, and compassion, because these are the two other things that Dr. Senator Rogers would have mentioned. Care and compassion. You know, there's a story of a little girl who left home, and she was late in returning home. And when she eventually got home, her mother asked her what was the problem. She said a little her friend, her doll was broken. And the mother asked her if she stopped with her to fix it. She said, no, I stopped to cry with her. Compassion, sir. And compassion, different from pity. Compassion, sir, is when you emphasize into the lives of individuals where they are. Pity, you can say, as we say in Barbados, could dare. But empathy, sir, compassion, is when you do something about it. And this legislation here today brings before us an attitude to do something about those with disabilities. I hope the time would come, sir, that none of these fees or these fines that we're having, I hope the time would come that not one Barbadian, will have to pay that fine. Why? Because they would have the good conscience to make accommodations for those with disabilities. There's a shopkeeper who told a story of a young boy who came to him to purchase a puppy. And the boy identified the puppy that he wanted. He went back and he got the money and he came back to the shopkeeper to get the puppy. And the shopkeeper told him, but that one has an injured foot. Part of the foot was missing. And the boy insisted he wanted it. And when the boy left and walked down the steps, the shopkeeper realized that that boy identified with that same puppy because the boy had one of those prostheses. What is it that should govern our behavior? Compassion towards those with disabilities. And if I may look again to what is referred to as a good book, even though there are many bad things, we can see Jesus himself catering to those who had one form of disability or the other. But the one story in that good book that catches my attention and allows me to treat those persons with disabilities as human beings made in the image of God is the book of Acts. Acts chapter 3, where Peter and John, two people who couldn't get along, were visiting the temple, and there was a man outside who was born crippled. They too had to face the situation how this man got crippled, was it him or his parents? But because of their association with Jesus, they had to do something. Even though he was crippled, that man showed that he was intelligent. You know what he did? He went by the temple, and he went exactly where everybody was supposed to come into that temple to beg of alms. And he would go there every day to beg of alms. And there were persons, if you read some stories in the history of the church, you will see that there were some persons who scoffed at him. There were others who wondered what he did. But I'm saying to you, sir, that there are some persons with disabilities who didn't do anything wrong. Their parents didn't do anything wrong. That is how it is. That is how it is. And therefore, this man went there intelligent. And then, you know, sir, in those days, the temple was not really a religious institution. It was like the Wall Street of Jerusalem. That's what it was. It was not really a religious institution. In fact, it was not primarily a religious institution. And so, this man is there, crippled. That means he's dependent on others. He's dependent on others. He goes there every day to beg alms. Crippled since his mother's womb. That says to me that everybody who is down is not necessarily out. And those persons that suffer with disabilities that we believe are down are not necessarily out. But lest we judge them by our own background, remember that not everybody may be born like us. Some persons have good situations, some have bad situations. And rather than say, looking down on them, we must follow the dictates of this legislation. Because if you follow that story, sir, when Peter saw them, and Peter saw the man, he knew what he was going to do. The words in that text, sir, mean something to me, because it says that Peter told the man, look at us, because they wanted him to know that they are seeing him, that they are looking at his condition, and that they were going to do something about his condition. And when he said, silver and gold have I none, silver and gold have I none, it means that if I give you silver and gold today, tomorrow I'm going to have to give you silver and gold. The next day I'm going to have to give you silver and gold. But I have something that would cause you not even to want the silver and gold. I have something that can ease or relieve your situation. And that is why Peter held him, and he started to leap. He started to jump, and he started to give thanks. And I'm saying to you, sir, that this legislation in itself not only shows compassion, but it shows that these persons who are living with disabilities will be able to live out their humanity as God would have them to live it out. That they are born as in the image of God, just as you and I are born in the image of God. That they are born with particular freedom, just as you and I are born with our particular freedom. And I believe, sir, with all my heart, that this legislation would go a long way in making life comfortable for persons living with disabilities. We have taken virtually a long road to get here. As I said, I remember the days at school when we saw them as not right citizens. But that was then. But you can't tell me now, in 2025, that we can see them the same way. And I want to commend all of those and thank all of those who were involved in bringing this legislation thus far. It shows that humanity everywhere must live out their true potential, their God-given potential. But I also believe that there are some things that I've noticed. I know what it is, sir, to have to walk with crutches to get into a car. I remember my chauffeur lifting my feet and putting them in the car. And on evenings, he would come and lift it out, and I would have to walk. And sometimes, sir, the spaces in those, for those vehicles, they're too small. They're definitely too small. And I believe that we should have bigger spaces than normal for those persons with disabilities. They have the machines and everything to operate. They have the canes, I know. And I can empathize with them. But I hope, sir, that we can do enough to make sure that they are comfortable. Buildings, sir. There are still some buildings in Barbados that would make it difficult for persons with disabilities to enter. Churches, sir. Churches too. Some churches. Some churches. They should do everything to make it possible. And you know, I listened to the debate last week, and I heard people talk about insurance companies. Not everything should be about profits. But I believe that we have a moral responsibility to one another. A moral responsibility. And sometimes we may have to assist people in choosing life. And I believe that every establishment, all of us, have a right to help people to live this life, not only choose life, but to live this life comfortably. Therefore, sir, I want to say to you again that I stand 100% behind this legislation before us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Reverend Morris. Senator Mr. Maynard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am pleased that this government that lives by the mantra, promise made, promise kept, has looked at Section 23 of our Constitution, 23(2) to be exact, and seen it necessary to expand it with all the detail that it requires. Because in Section 23(2), our current Constitution gives rights to disabled persons against discrimination. What this bill proposes to do, and has said, is that we are all one. And none of us should be discriminated against. Mr. President, I want to revert to our healthcare situation for the first part of my short contribution. Every day in the QEH, or rather, 2 of every 3 days in the QEH, we admit someone with a stroke. I will quote from some statistics from the National Registry for Chronic Non-Communicable Diseases for 2021. And in 2021, we registered 691 strokes. Of those 691, 248 were new strokes. So the majority were strokes, second strokes in people who had strokes before. And we're speaking of disability. Of course, there were deaths among them. I'm told, and I could not find the data, but I'm reliably told that approximately 7% of our surgical acute admissions are for amputations. Those are frightening numbers when we speak of disability. And the major causes of disability in this country relate to visual problems, low vision and blindness, mobility problems. Yes, Senator Paris, hearing problems, and problems of cognition. Now, Mr. President, the government spends large sums of money in treating our chronic non-communicable diseases and the consequences thereof. I know that. I think within the estimates we saw that there's a budget of about $27 million annually spent on hemodialysis, on dialysis alone. $27 million. But we know that in more modern times, there have been drugs that have been developed that have been used to treat two of the major diseases, diabetes and hypertension, that reduce the risk of getting the complications from these diseases. They reduce your vascular risk for your kidneys and your heart, or reduce your stroke risk. What we have to ask, even though they're expensive, we have to ask ourselves, should we or can we bear the upfront cost and reduce the massive down the line cost? And we must remember that the patents on these drugs will soon expire. So where we start today is not, the cost we experience today will not be what they will be in 10 years. They will drop. But we will save many lives and reduce our incidence of this predictable added disability. So it says that some of what we are experiencing and will experience in the future is preventable. That in combination, sir, with all the work that has to be done in public education and primary health care will help. And I want to mention medical insurance. World over, there's a big trend towards incentivized insurance. Very similar to, excuse me, very similar to no-claim bonuses with motor vehicle policies. So if you're overweight and you have healthcare insurance, and you join the gym and you lose weight, and if you happen to have chronic non-communicable diseases, and the measurements of your parameters improve, like your HbA1c, if your blood glucose comes down into acceptable range, and blood pressures are controlled, and you don't have the complications that happen, your premiums are reduced. That works well for individual policies. I'm told that most of our policies in Barbados, however, are group policies, but I'm sure we can find a workaround. We need to encourage the insurance companies to encourage individuals to get more involved with their health care. Because some of the disabilities that we have in this country, sir, that cost us the most money, including heart failure, are preventable. But we have to spend the money up front at this stage. Now, Mr. President, there are a few issues that I saw within this bill that I'm seeking some clarification on. I've noticed that, and I'm very happy that the bill, hopefully to be an act very shortly, and I support it 100%, calls for construction of special access and the various facilities for persons with disabilities. But it keeps referring to the 2013 building code, which is a voluntary code as far as I'm aware. As far as I'm aware, the Building Code 2013 is a voluntary code. It's not law. It's not legally enforceable. I'll be happy to be corrected if I'm wrong. So I find it strange that we could compel someone to build according to a voluntary code. I'm hoping that one of the lawyers among us will stand on a point of order and put me right, because I do not wish to be right. I'm hoping that I'm wrong. Because that important part of the legislation, in my estimation, would be flawed. Sir, I am happy to see that for the future, voting among those with disabilities is protected. We should hopefully not have people going to court the day before elections or to fight for the right to vote. Sir, healthcare facilities will be required, including public healthcare facilities, to have special access and all the requirements for persons with disabilities. But the biggest offender is government. All of the district hospitals, polyclinics, the QEH need to be upgraded. But clause 3 of this act, of this bill, says that the act binds the state. It's probably the shortest clause in the bill, sir. The act binds the state. And all players have 3 years to bring the house in order. Can the state truly, with all the expected costs, including what will happen on the roads, bring its house in order in 3 years? I think not. I must agree with Senator Maldou that there needs to be an alternative to some of the bold proposals that we've made, because the act binds the state. Overall, sir, I am very happy that this bill has extensively looked at what needs to be done. And what concerns me is whether the persons who are building out new buildings, which they will rent, can truly afford to do the things that are necessary. I will give a brief story. My late father had an amputation, and my brothers and I undertook renovating his house according to a certain specification that was published in a Twyford manual. Twyford as in, not Twyford Ward, sir. And the simple cost of buying the stuff and having it done reached $20,000 in no time. And we didn't pay for labor. So when we have small businesses that have to now make changes, and some of the businesses are in tight spaces, and they have steps, and there's no space for land, there's a lot of sorting that has to be done. And 3 years, sir, 3 years is a burden. But we have to have regulations that can be met. We see ramps, and people have made efforts to put in ramps, but they're really skateboard ramps. They're too steep. The regulation, I think, calls for 1 foot rise in height for every 12 feet length of ramp. So ramps are supposed to be long and winding with landings. Well, most of the ramps that we see around, sir, you can safely have a good time with a skateboard. So there needs to be there'll be costs to small businesses, and there needs to be lots of planning, and hopefully the government will provide some incentives. Because if the country is going to move swiftly with this matter, I do not think that the public can do it alone. I do not think the public can do it alone, sir. But, sir, this bill is not only about those persons with disabilities, it's about the entire country, the resident population and the visitors, because it calls on all of us to now open our eyes if they've been closed, look with more detail if they've already been opened, and do the right things. And the things that we do to improve the situation, sir, does not have to be big things. It means that myself and my colleagues, myself first and my colleagues who get paid to work, who can correct some of the disabilities, need to come to work and do it. It means that the government, sir, needs to come up with programs that are probably going to be low-cost programs that can help people. Sir, about 10 years ago, the Food and Drug Administration in the USA determined that hearing aids should be available to the public in the same way that you could buy readers. So you might have noticed that if you go into a CVS pharmacies or Walgreens, you can go and pick a hearing aid off the shelf. It will not be the most powerful hearing aid. It'll be up to what you call a moderate strength hearing aid. It has made a tremendous difference to the people of the USA. I encourage all elderly folk who come in the public sector and the private sector to get them, because the real cost is about 1/10 of the local cost of a hearing aid. So if we could find a program that will fund such things, sir, it might mean that the persons for whom Senator Paris holds great fear for their safety might not be in such danger anymore. I'm sure the ophthalmologists will have their ideas for solutions, but I believe that some of the persons with existing disabilities could be helped by simple measures, sir. And sir, I wanted to ask and speak about the concept of service animals. We in Barbados, our service animals, as we see them, tend to be guard dogs, not true service animals. This act makes provision in a small way for service animals, not with much detail, so I don't know where the detail is going to come from. But it means that Barbadians, therefore, would have to rethink how they think about animals in particular spaces. Animals on aircraft, animals in taxis, animals in buses, animals in your rented building. It means we have to really rethink our practices. And the discrimination that might be incidental, sir, for the person who is blind in trying to rent a property might not be for the human individual. It might be for the first service animal. And this legislation, sir, doesn't really provide, it only provides for the human part of it. It doesn't speak to the service animals. And sir, so as not to detain this chamber anymore, I am going to allow some of my other colleagues to speak. I hope I want to say, sir, that What we are doing now has been happening in a small part all along. But we are 30 years behind the rest of the world. We're not playing catch up. We are watching the soles of the feet that goes ahead. And we have to set our own pace and do it. If we rush it, it will fail. We have to encourage the people who must make the changes and have all of us who are one come together and do it. I thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Maynard. Senator Dr. Haynes.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. President. As Senator Andwele Boyce pointed out when he began this morning, it is a good day. I enjoyed reading the report and the bill in preparation for this. And as I listened to contributions, not just in this chamber, but from the other place, one thing that stood out to me was that it felt like almost everyone could relate to the bill because of personal experience. Everyone has someone who was touched by disability in some form. Our ideas of disability many years ago would have been primarily centered on the sensory disabilities, visual impairment, or deaf, mute, and those kinds of disabilities. But our understanding of disability now is that it is a much more complex and much more evolving concept. And as a mother of a child with neurodivergence, raising a child with autism, I was particularly encouraged by Part 5, which spoke to the efforts that will see collaboration between the Ministry of Education and the body that will be set up coming out of this legislation. Inclusive schools are one of the things that I wanted to focus on because I have had the experience where my 7-year-old son has been enrolled in 4 different educational institutions as we sought to find a place where he could be accepted not just by the teachers, but by students. And one of the things that stood out to me in this was that there will be an effort to ensure that the curriculum of the teachers educating institution, to ensure that special needs education is included in the curriculum. From personal experience, I could tell you, it's not just children that can be cruel to children, but to see teachers be cruel to children is something else. Only this past term, we had to have my son transferred from the class he was in because of how he was being spoken to by a teacher. Anyone who knows my son knows, if I ask him how his day was, he cannot say, "Mommy, my day was good." He can't tell me the name of a child in his class. But one feature of his autism, because every case of autism is a bit different, he has a feature called echolalia. Basically, he repeats and parrots everything that he hears. So if I read a book to him 2 nights before, he can literally script sentences, not with any relevance to what he's doing at the moment. He might be coloring or something. And he was coloring one night because he enjoys art. And he came home saying, just randomly, "You are so annoying." And we are very, very careful with how we deal with him. He's all we have. We love him to bits. And love is all he knows. So to hear this child repeating over and over, "You are so annoying, you are so annoying," red flag went up. Because I said he's not getting it from home. Then he came home a couple days later and he was saying, "You all are behaving like animals." And I had to go to the principal because he can't communicate to me directly what his daily experience is in the classroom. He's 7, he just turned 7 years old. So as a parent, obviously, of a child who was facing this kind of discrimination, belittlement from someone in authority, I would presume, I had to take it up with the principal, only to find out that other parents were complaining of a similar issue. So when we speak of when acts like this come along, I feel so proud of Senator Boyce, members of civil society, all of the advocates who are making sure that he can have a safer school environment. For me, it's personal. Like I said, he's all I have, and I want to make sure that he has every possible opportunity to be safe, to thrive. I will also say that for a government who has been accused many times of being focused on the macros and on the economy, that we are demonstrating through policy that these so-called soft issues are priorities for us. One of the things that came up in the last budget, March 2024, was that the Prime Minister announced then that she was doing a couple of things. She broadened the category of disabilities that were recognized to receive non-contributory pensions to include cerebral palsy, autism, multiple sclerosis. So that is in keeping with the understanding that, and Down syndrome. So that is in keeping with the understanding that what we traditionally understood to be disabilities continues to evolve over time. We're seeing more and more kids present with ADHD, autism. It's estimated that up to 20% of people globally, that's over 1 billion people globally, have some kind of neurodivergence. So it's something that we cannot afford to ignore. I wanted to speak, to frame the substantive part of my speech, though, around healthcare. And I felt like, in part, Senator Maynard would have, my senior learned colleague, would have addressed some of what I wanted to speak to. I wanted to premise my healthcare angle around preventable disability. Just because, you know, obviously we have the traditional understanding of congenital blindness and cerebral palsy and these kinds of issues. But there is a particular cadre of conditions that in large part are preventable because the complications of these lifestyle-related conditions can cause visual impairment, can cause mobility issues. I really enjoyed my years working in the QEH. I worked in ophthalmology, which dealt with diseases of the eye. And you would see a full range of things. You would see optic neuropathy, which caused visual impairment in patients with multiple sclerosis. We saw patients with sickle cell retinopathy. There are so many things that people can't avoid. But then, overwhelmingly, a large component of the burden that we had in our clinics were patients with diabetic eye disease. And we hear all the data being thrown around, 8 in 10 deaths in Barbados being due to an NCD. We also know that in the hospital, 89% of diabetes-related admissions are due to diabetic foot disease. So Senator Dr. Rogers would have made reference to the fact that Barbados has a nickname of being the amputation capital of the world, certainly outside of war zones. And the data doesn't lie, that actually holds true in data. And I just want to reinforce to people, and this is not a condemnation, but more of a sensitization. We don't have to choose diabetes or hypertension. In large part, they're related to the choices that we make every day, choosing to drink a soda, or choosing, and I know I might get a little flack for going on this road, the sauce, the pie. These are things that we can choose to have occasionally as a treat. But I feel like culturally, the way that we eat, the choices that we make day to day, overwhelmingly, high salt, high fat, high carb, we're paying a heavy price for it. And it's, yes. And these conditions are largely avoidable. And I just wanted to let the public know that yes, government has a role to play, civil society has a role to play, but we individually, through our daily choices, can help to reduce the burden of these conditions as well. I wanted also to briefly touch on glaucoma. also because I have a family history of the condition. Glaucoma is the leading cause of irreversible blindness in our population. So in addition to being the amputation capital of the world, Barbados is also, sadly, the glaucoma capital of the world. The unfortunate thing about glaucoma is that, unlike other lifestyle diseases, glaucoma, you don't have any say in the matter. For the most part, you have no idea it's developing. So there's no eye pain. Usually what happens is that you start to lose your peripheral vision. So it could be developing for many, many years before you even notice that it's causing an issue. So I wanted to take this opportunity, as a person who previously worked in the eye department, to let Barbadians know, because we have this overwhelming prevalence of glaucoma in our population, that from age 40, most of us, particularly if you have a family history, should be seeing your eye specialist and getting your eye pressures checked and getting your optic nerve checked as well. So we've all spoken extensively. I just wanted to make a few brief points from a healthcare angle on this, and particularly to drive home the fact that NCDs, largely avoidable diseases, are also contributing overwhelmingly to our disabilities burden. And once again, to commend the members of the commission, including Senator Andwele Boyce, for their work on what I believe is an impressive piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Dr. Haynes. Any other speakers? If not, I would ask for a wrap-up. Senator, the Honorable Dr. Chantal Moreau-Knight.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will speak briefly, and the brevity of my contribution should not be taken in any way as not giving weight to the discussion, but because a lot of what I would have intended has been touched on by a variety of speakers. And I say that even though I know that there's somebody who often says that politics is the art of repetition. The leader from the business tells me not today, not today. Mr. President, but even as I say that, though, I do want to perhaps just reiterate the point that's been made by several speakers, that as much as we have this piece of legislation, and as much as this legislation recognizes the need for us to make sure that we ensure the rights of persons with disability through having a full continuum of changes throughout the entire ecosystem, including education, housing, the infrastructure, that really and truly what will lead to the fundamental change that we need is a change to hearts and minds. And that while I appreciate that, I know that the ministry has a plan to roll out a full PR campaign. That campaign, I am hoping, is not just about whether about the fines for the parking, that it is not just about the institutional changes that ministries and the private sector will need to make to provide accessibility, but that it is really about building awareness, about building a fundamental understanding of the why and its importance. Mr. President, at the start of this process, the committee that led it met with all government departments, and they challenged all government departments. They didn't just come to us and say, this is what we intend to do, but they challenged us to actually come back to them and say how we will change fundamentally the way how the ministry was operating to meet the needs of persons with disabilities. And at that moment, I recognized that even though it seemed obvious that I had to step back as a minister with some responsibility and ask, if it is so obvious that this is what we need to do, why haven't we done it before? And the fundamental response that I had to contend with is that it wasn't so much about direction, but it was about hearts and minds. that fundamentally, if I did not get my permanent secretaries and the heads of my departments to understand the fundamental why of this, why it was important, and how it connected to them, that we can speak and we can direct and we can issue memos, and as we said in here, we can have the best pieces, sometimes imperfect pieces of legislation, good legislation. It's never implemented, but because we haven't won hearts and minds. And I think that fundamentally, this is what we have to do. That notion of the Barbados and the Barbadian society as having a role in it has to transcend. That notion of enforcement is not only going to take hold just because we have more police officers. It is not just only because we're going to have the security guard watching out there to make sure that nobody parks in the disabled parking. That can only be sustainable for a period of time, Mr. President. And I'm going to double down perhaps on all of the scriptures that we've heard here today, because again, when some of the speakers took the floor, the honorable senators, my mind immediately went to Mark 2, I think it was, and the story of the paralyzed man. And one of the things that we don't often focus on in that story, focus on the miracle, the healing that was brought. But it was community that enabled the miracle. The story tells us that there were four men, who one, I believe, had to encourage him to come along and let me try a thing, because we hear about this man that could possibly heal you. So they brought him. And when they brought him and realized that he couldn't automatically get access, they went to the roof and they created the hole. The man was disabled, so he could not create the hole for himself. They created the hole, lowered him in, and brought him to Jesus. It was community. It was community, Mr. President. It was people that created an environment for that to happen. And therefore, it is community that we need. Legislation, yes, but it is community. It is the family, it is the society, Mr. President. It is us as leaders that need in order to enable. Mr. President, I looked at some of the statistics that have to do, when we talk about health, mental health, because I thought that it was important as well, and I'll make the connection. And the statistics suggest that for persons with disability, that they have a higher propensity sometimes for mental health issues. Of course, something that we always would again, perhaps because of the situation, because of the stereotypes that we have within our society about how we should look, what is perfection, what is so-called ordinary, and what should be, that anything that is different then falls out of alignment. And therefore, we either seek to ignore it, discriminate against it, laugh at it, and essentially imbue a sense in which persons with disabilities, and if you look at the broad definition of persons with disabilities as well, feel left out and isolated. But what the study showed, that there wasn't always a dependent correlation between the two, but that there were other factors, that persons with disability who were able to operate an environment that was enabling did not automatically have mental health issues. Again, that it was fundamentally the community and the enabling environment that made a difference in terms of how persons with disability operated and how they viewed society, how they were empowered as well. So community matters, Mr. President. I went to, as we've been said, as been mentioned previously, to some of the sessions that were held as part of Disability Week, where members of the disabled community presented their stories, as we've heard before. But while I agree that we heard some horror stories and we heard some difficulties, what I also heard was resilience and strength. What I also heard was a community that was demanding, but was also saying that in spite of the challenges, we will still seek to make sure that our children are protected. I heard stories of teachers in school, sometimes one, who made a fundamental difference in the lives of these people. I heard parents, and I've spoken to Senator Andrele Boyce's mom, and I know that she will not mind, who has told me about her own personal sacrifice as a mother, financially, emotionally, whether she had to stay from work, how she had to scrape to get the dollar, borrow, beg, whatever she had to do. There is a strength and a resilience in the community itself that also, as well, needs to be recognized, valued, and appreciated. So that while this legislation adds, again, to that sense of community within there, Mr. President, I also, as well, want to acknowledge the resilience of this particular community, the non-governmental organizations as well that have helped to further the cause. I also, as well, want to recognize that the government has also fundamentally recognized the role that non-governmental organizations have played in this endeavor. I know that the ministry has increased subventions to organizations working with disabled persons by some 40%, that over the last year have given over $1 million specifically to organizations that are working with persons with disabilities. So that there is a clear understanding, again, that the legislative framework is important, but that there are other elements that also have to be in place if we are to fully meet the mark of addressing the social concerns of the wider community of persons living with disabilities. It requires as well, because of that, that government must be a first mover in this endeavor. And I spoke before to the challenge that was placed by the committee when it met with government departments, and the challenge that they gave us. Within the Division of Culture, and particularly the National Cultural Foundation, I hope that we've all been looking and recognizing the fact that we have seen over the last year a greater effort by the National Cultural Foundation to not only support the participation of persons with disabilities. You've seen them, Mr. President, at the junior level in the Junior Monarch, particularly the soca bashment, let's call it, the bashment soca. The bashment soca element. But behind the scenes, what it would have meant to facilitate that participation as well is important. It was not only that we had that artist on the stage at the junior level and at the senior level, but at the behind the scenes, the National Cultural Foundation had to adjust infrastructurally, but also as well send their staff to what it would mean to facilitate persons with disabilities to be able to enter the cultural sphere. We had to do fundamentally a sea change in the way that we operate. Additionally, as well, the National Cultural Foundation is intending to undertake a pilot project that is called Danceability, in which we engage the disabled community across the spectrum in a program to include them in dance, but particularly in movement and creative expression. And that program will be rolled out in consultation with the community, Once it is approved, Mr. President, as it is in this year's, the estimates for the upcoming financial year, that we will see that program. Again, it required a change fundamentally. It required a prioritization. And I say that as well, Mr. President, because I hear the concerns which are real, and I'm not denying it, Mr. President, the concerns and the costs that will be attached to the changes that have to be made to improve the accessibility. I'm not denying that. But I also want to humbly suggest, Mr. President, that there are things that we do and we change that cost us money that we prioritize for various reasons. And perhaps, Mr. President, if we fundamentally think about this in a different way, because we see the cost and we see the trouble and all the change and the time that it has to take, but perhaps if we understand this fundamentally, and we said it in here, but sometimes we say the things and we don't feel it here. And this is about equality for a portion of our society that has been unseen and unheard for a long period of time, and they're asking us for 3 years to change. 3 years they're asking us to change for all of the years that we have not seen and heard and pay attention to their plight. And I don't think it is unreasonable, Mr. President. Everybody has talked about their personal experience. I had a mom before she passed and had a stroke that I was caretaker of. Complete left side, unusable. My dad, at a very young age of 62, became immobile through a spinal injury, and having to take care of him for all these years and now. And knowing what it means to try to go in even to a doctor's office, Mr. President, even a doctor's office, and yet nowhere else yet. Taking him to his doctor's appointment meant sometimes 2 weeks of preparation in there to get him ready to be able to go and scout the place, to make sure that I got change cars because I have to have the right transport, and then to get there. And the ramp, really and truly not enabling, even in terms of size, steepness. Mr. President, I carry a rotator cuff injury for the past 8 years that came from having to lift my dad. Again, trying to get access to someplace. So that I understand, Mr. President, both sides, and I hear that, but fundamentally, for people who have to live it and deal with it, 3 years is not unreasonable. Again, because we also have to step back and look at those who are living it every single day. I want to say as well that the government recognizes its own commitment, and I believe that the 3 years is an aspirational signal, and it is a signal also as well of government's priority of the importance of this. The government, I know, and we will see it again in the estimates, is already asking the ministry to make sure that it has funds there to undertake the audits of all of the government buildings and facilities to make sure that they are up to scratch and to look and see where we have deficits and where those are, to make sure that the money is there in order to be able to correct, Mr. President. And that is a signal, as I said, because government has to be the first mover in this, to be able to send the signals for the society, for the community, in order to facilitate the level of enablement, Mr. President, that is needed. A final point I want to make as well, and 2 areas that perhaps haven't been touched as yet. In Clause 80 of the bill, there is mention of a fund that is supposed to be established. And that fund is to be established to facilitate, one, again, for the committee that will manage the fund to be able to invest, but also as well to receive funds from the diaspora and from Barbadians who want to be able to contribute. Mr. President, again, the call to community. Every one of us in this chamber will speak eloquently about how much we support the bill and support the community. But the establishment of that fund also places a responsibility on us, hopefully, to contribute as well, practically. It makes provision, yes, that government will put resources in it, but it makes space for community as well, for people, locals, and those in the diaspora to also as well contribute. Mr. President, under the 1,000 Family, One Family program that we have, there was also a call for Barbadians to support those families, a call that I know, Mr. President, is undersubscribed. And that is also interesting as well, Mr. President, because the duty of care that we have for one another has to be expressed tangibly. The 4 men took him from home, brought him, created a hole, and made sure that he got to where he needs to. That there is a responsibility on all of us, very practically, not only to come in here, speak to the legislation, criticize the parts, talk about the challenges, but also as well to tangibly contribute, Mr. President. I know that under the Ministry of Labour, Social Security and the Third Sector, that government will soon be launching a philanthropic portal that would allow us to be able to collect contributions from the diaspora, from people who may want to be able to contribute. In some developed societies, it is those individual philanthropic contributions that even outweigh government investment in social causes. And while we have not gotten there as a society as yet, Mr. President, causes such as this should challenge us as individuals if we are true to that notion of wanting to move past just growth, but inclusive growth, and what that means for marginalized communities, then again, it places a responsibility on us to be able to contribute. So I am hoping through this call, Mr. President, that we will have Barbadians here locally and in the diaspora that would want to be able to come alongside government and contribute tangibly, because what we need to do in order to address this deficit perhaps will outweigh available resources in the short term. But for the long-term sustainability of the effort, again, we must come as community. Finally, Mr. President, in clause 83, and it was a clause that I looked at, it was about access to justice for persons with disability. And while the legislation, as comprehensive as it is, makes provision for a number of things, I was very pleased that it spoke to this notion of access to justice for persons with disability. Because again, very often, again, we speak to the education, we speak to, again, all those issues of accessibility and all of that. But what happens when people are denied and can't access justice in a democratic society? And access it, one, just in terms of the physical ability to access it, the quickness of the process given particular circumstances in order to reach a resolution. And so that section on access to justice, I hold up, again, as being fundamental to helping us bridge the gap that we have, or that we are seeking to address in the context of social equity, the context of social justice, again, for persons with disabilities, because this is fundamental. If those of us who are perceived as able-bodied within the society have issues with accessing the judicial process and accessing justice, more so persons with disability, and the extent to which we ensure that that is also front of mind, and that we right-size our justice system to again give priority and to have a forethought, Mr. President, also sends a strong signal about the kind of country and place that we are. That's the final, very final thought, Mr. President. And it was something that Senator Blackman said as well, you know, about this notion about the quality of life and about development. And it is interesting when you look at the statistics, there's actually a quality of life measure. And people are using the quality of life measure even more so the human development measure. And it is noted that there are a few countries that rank high on three things. One, in terms of economic growth, high human development, but also quality of life. Countries like Sweden, for instance. And if we take Sweden and we know anything about Sweden, we would know that they have innovative social policies, Mr. President, that again are inclusive and that have gone much further than most countries in terms of addressing far-reaching social implications and dealing with the needs of vulnerable and marginalized groups, even elderly, aging in place, policies, which are important. And Mr. President, I believe that this legislation, this issue, and how we address it fundamentally is perhaps what will be most remembered, because there will be moments of when our economic growth will trend upward and downward, when we can speak about it in superlatives as we can now. But our societies, as they develop and as they grow, will be judged on the level of social cohesion, Mr. President. The level of social cohesion, the extent to which we are able to bring those that are left out into the inclusive fold that we need in order to build the kind of society that will allow us to have the growth that we need. It is the inclusiveness of the society. It is when all facets of the society are working together and feel that they can have a fair share that development works better, that growth is produced better, Mr. President. If we take a look at all of the history and the best practices of those countries that we hold up, we will see that trajectory. And we talk about the space of violence and the crime, and again, sociologically, we would see, again, it is because that there is a level of disconnect from marginalized groups and vulnerable groups within our society that is also as well feeding the level of social deviance. So this legislation fundamentally is about how we as Barbadians treat to the marginalized and the vulnerable within our societies. With those few words, Mr. President, I thank you and I commend this legislation.
Thank you very much, Senator Mulroney. Any other speakers? If not, raise. I can't see if you just sit there or not. Senator Nichols.
Mr. President, I rise to make a few short comments in the debate before the Senate. I have had the honor and privilege to be in this chamber when we have passed landmark pieces of legislation. This is indeed another occasion. And I think that today makes a significant day for me to participate in the passage of this legislation, because it provides in a very fundamental way a profound change in the legal framework for which we treat persons with disabilities in our laws. It is the beginning. Certainly, it is a long-fought battle by the advocates in the disabled community and those persons who have long associated with advocating for and on their behalf. And I think they have to be congratulated for it. Some rational assessments of this legislation would beg the question as to why in 2025 we are now passing a piece of legislation that purports to guarantee in law certain rights to persons with disabilities. And some people might even go as far as to say is, why have we not been promoters of the protections that persons with disabilities have? Why now in 2025? And if we are honest when we speak about discrimination, why has it taken so long for the law to catch up, to eliminate the forms of discrimination that persons with disabilities have? Those are legitimate questions. We know that this has been a long fight. I, for one, have sat and listened to the other honorable senators when they spoke about their personal experiences, and we all have personal experiences. I too remember entering sixth form at Commerce School, where there were persons with disabilities at the school mentioned by Senator Reverend Morris. And I had my own experience of having to assist one of those students. I sat in class also with the Most Honorable Senator Kerry Ann Eiffel, and we have become friends from that day, because everyone in the school knew that those were special persons within the community at Commonwealth. This legislation puts into place what has been in practice in some schools many, many years ago. I remember my father's cousin, can't remember his surname, the late Arthur Lashley, coming to our home in Brendan Hill when we lived there to indicate that he was a contractor at St. Paul's Primary School, where they were putting in ramps, and that was in the 80s. So that some schools in Barbados have long created the enabling environment to facilitate persons with disabilities. We are now putting this formally into law and into practice. So it's been long overdue, better late than never. A change is going to come, and we hope that the change does come. Mr. President, the legislation also purports to bring Barbados into compliance with its international obligations under the United Nations Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and certainly since 1948, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights, on Human Rights, which became a signatory to that international convention when we became an independent state in 1966. So the rights that we are guaranteeing in domestic law in our own space have been in existence for quite some time. And Barbados has given commitments as an international state within the Committee of International Relations to participate at that level by according to our citizens the rights under these international conventions in our own country. And that has been our international obligation for a long time. Today is therefore a day to celebrate and mark this achievement. There are other forms of discrimination in our society, but we will deal with these as we mature and reflect upon things that may seem obvious or things that might not seem obvious. They may be indirect forms of discrimination, but we have not been liberated in our thinking to address these things in law. But we have done so today. And this therefore marks a proud moment for the Parliament and the people of Barbados. And though it is late in the day, Mr. President, you forgive me for my short intervention on the debate. I very much like the structure of the bill and the fact that early on, the guiding principles for the administration of this legislation have been defined into the law. Because when the legislation itself does not exhaustively detail provisions dealing with everything that could come up in the course of a complaint by a person with a disability, the guiding principles then can be applied to fill in the lacunas in the law. I note that the Social Empowerment Agency has a wide berth in terms of the administration of the Act. And Some legitimate questions have come by some of the senators who spoke about the fact that this act does not establish the Social Empowerment Agency. And therefore, how then do we pass legislation without the agency that is supposed to administer it being established? But I want to assure you, Mr. President, the government knows what it is doing. The Social Empowerment Agency, as I understand it, is going to be the agency that administers all of the legislation under the current parent ministry, not only dealing with persons with disabilities, but also dealing with the elderly, and certainly those protection agencies that we established under the child protection legislation that was passed late last year. So that the agency itself is not only going to be dealing with members of the disabled community, but the agency will have the administration of all of the other aspects of the ministries, things under the ministry's remit. So therefore that, you know, as we learn in third form biology that your structure, the structure of an organism follows its function. We can build the organism or the institution before we understand what all of its functions are. And that is, as I understand, is a work in progress and not a work promise, but a work currently in progress, and very shortly the full suite of legislation coming to establish the Social Empowerment Agency with all of its remit going outside of the disability community and other areas will be laid before Parliament as part of this government's pledge to make sure that Barbadians have a responsive government. And when I say government, I'm not talking about the political administration, but in terms of what people have to face on a day-to-day. Mr. President, you will recall that when I made my return to the Senate almost now 3 years ago, I began my contribution in that debate by referring to the notion or the concept of the good society. I have always been intrigued by that when I heard a speech given by Sir Louis Tell in I think it may have been the 1999 campaign, about the good society. And certainly he has impressed upon my mind. We have to uphold the tenets of the good society. And certainly the rule of law is an important tenet of the good society. The law, as I always repeat, cannot rule if it can't protect. This act has done the right thing by establishing a broad framework for the recognition, protection, and enforcement of rights according to persons with disabilities. I have done my own research, Mr. President, because at one stage we were told we cannot call persons with disabilities the disabled. They were supposed to be called differently. And I inquired as to why from a number of sources. And suffice to say that persons with disabilities recognize that that is what those in the community who suffer with disabilities are in fact facing. They have a disability. They are not differently able, and that may have been a term that have been coined, not by that community, but by persons who felt that saying that they were disabled was in fact being insulting. But when we get down to brass tacks, that is what they are. The legislation defines it in a very simple way, and I think we can accept that having a disability does not render you a useless person in the society, but it creates a framework now for the society to recognize that you have an intrinsic value as a human being, like we all should have and enjoy. Mr. President, there are 2 points that I would want to make, very short points, in relation to things I want government to look at. And this is not a situation where I'm saying it's bad drafting. No bill purporting to do what this is intended to do can ever be perfect in all its parts. The drafters of this legislation have done an excellent job in capturing a policy framework put together by a wide community of practitioners and persons in the field. And I don't agree that there are drafting errors that would cause an embarrassment, confusion in interpretation or application of the law when it is passed. That is not my assessment. Certainly, I do have sympathy for anyone who does research in law. Anybody engaged in legal research, particularly in Barbados, will have difficulty in keeping abreast with the very, very many amendments to all of the legislation that is passed by Parliament. You have to know where to look. And some senators complain that the road traffic amendment that is being triggered by the passage of this bill, the section 88A, cannot be found in Cap 295. But that is not a fault of the persons who did their research. It is a fault in the way in which we put together all of the amendments to the legislation and the speed, or I should say the lack of speed, in which we ensure that once a bill is amended, that the amendments are put holistically back into the legislation so that the legislation can be read in one place and not having to go and look for 4 or 5 amendments. A lawyer would probably go and get their hands on the consolidated index that is produced by the University of West Indies Law Library. And then you check under Cap 295, and notice I say Cap 295 because I want to make it clear that the word cap, which is a shortened abbreviation for the word chapter, is not a fatal flaw in the legislation. We speak about the UN Declaration of Rights and the UN Convention. That is also an abbreviation. Not saying the word United Nations in the legislation doesn't make it a flaw in its interpretation. But I digress. The section 88A was inserted into the Road Traffic Act, Cap 295, in 2017 on the 29th of November, when the then Parliament, Senator Worrell was here in that Parliament, amended the Road Traffic Act to provide for disabled parking in Section 88. I cannot apologize because it was not of my own manufacture, but I suffered through it, and we hope that at some stage we get the law reform process up to date. I know that they are working on terms of bringing new legislation and updating existing legislation that needs updating. We are in a society that requires the update of laws, and I haven't said anything to trouble you.
Senator Malou.
I'd like to rise on the point of elucidation, sir. Earlier in my presentation, I mentioned that I was unable to find Section 88A. And since then, the clerk has provided me with the correct way to find it. And I have, in fact, found it on the parliamentary website. And I thank the clerk for doing that. And I stood and rose at this point in time and interrupted the senator to make that point, that I have, in fact, found it with the help of the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Malou. Senator Nichols, please continue.
Thank you. Mr. President, I believe Senator Malou would agree with me if I made this plea on his behalf, that we really have to get the process of all of our laws in one place. It boggles the mind why all of it is not necessarily online in one place. And if you want a law, the truth is that you have to go to the government printery. And I am not entirely sure if you were to go to the government printery right now, and you would get all of the amendments. You probably have to call the Clerk of Parliament to double check that the bundle of amendments that they have given you constitute all of the amendments to the existing piece of legislation. You have to go by faith. That, Mr. President, cannot be satisfactory for us who operate here as the lawmakers ourselves. And I dare say that this is something that we keep hearing it all the time, but you have to be able to do your research to make your proper presentations in this place. And it is high time that somebody who has I'm not talking about the cabinet or the minister or anything like that, but really and truly, we have to be able to do better. Have to be able to do better to expect a thorough, robust contribution to these debates, and citizens who are civic-minded, who want to check these things contemporaneously as we debate them. A citizen might want to be able to go on the internet, and we should be able to have an active website that shows all of the amendments on a drop-down box. I mean, the technology is all there. But that has been amended. But, Mr. President, there are just two comments that I wanted to make. Section 6. Sorry, before we get there, Section 6 provides for complaints to be made, and the Social Empowerment Agency has to receive and investigate complaints. I welcome this section, and I hope that in all of the new lawyers coming out to the bar over the last 5 years, that they take the time to immerse themselves with this legislation and the learning and jurisprudence from other jurisdictions which have similar types of discrimination legislation for the prevention of discrimination against persons with disabilities, to enrich the work of that social empowerment agency and the tribunal when it has to adjudicate on decisions where there is an act of non-compliance with this bill that we are considering. I like the fact that the agency has to provide assistance with complaints where there's a breach of the act, and also that there is assistance with high court proceedings where there is a decision of the tribunal that has gone against a person with a disability, and the standards by which that assistance has to be rendered, where it is unreasonable to expect that the applicant to deal with the case unaided, or that there's some other special consideration to make it appropriate to provide assistance. That is written in a broad way, Mr. President, to ensure that the decision makers, when they are guarding the public purse and have to make administrative decisions based on resources and capacity and the other interests of persons who might come in aid of the assistance of the agency or of the tribunal, that a reasonable decision is made based on a prescribed standard. That, to my mind, gives a whole new avenue of work for young attorneys or any attorney or persons engaged in helping to promote and protect the rights of persons with disabilities. That is important because the assistance that has to be rendered in this regard now has a standard for which a refusal cannot be no arbitrary or willy-nilly. Just shutting the door in the face of a person with a disability now cannot be tolerated. Mr. President, I will conclude on making 2 points which I hope that we can address. I know Section 21 Clause 21 of the bill purports to deal with protection from discrimination. It says a person with a disability is entitled to equal protection and equal benefits of the rights and freedoms under the Constitution of Barbados. That is Section 21, subsection 1. In fact, Section 21 does not have any other subsections, so I'm wondering why it is listed as Section 21.1. I looked at that and I pondered, Mr. President, as to the import of it, because the provisions of the Constitution, which the Constitution sets out in the Fundamental Rights and Freedoms section, provisions against discrimination. And I dare say that the Constitutional Reform Commission has broadened the scope of the discrimination provision in its recommendations to government, which captures the discrimination against persons with disabilities in a much more specific way. So we have broadened that. But let us assume that it is sufficient in the current Constitution for now. What then would be the purpose of Section 21? Because Clause 21 of the bill. Because when this is passed into law, this only parrots legally that a person should have the rights under the Constitution, but the Constitution is the higher law, and therefore that law already sets out the rights of persons with disability. I would like to think that the in drafting, there is something that has been left out. And I would simply like to add for consideration that this provision in the bill should read, a person with a disability is entitled to equal protection and equal benefits of the rights and freedoms under the Constitution of Barbados and under any other enactment. Because there are rights that are guaranteed under other legislation that may, for example, be prevented to persons with a disability. And therefore, if the intent is to give effect to persons' rights and freedoms, not necessarily all of those rights are constitutional of nature, but might be administrative facilities and benefits that are given to persons under the law for which provision might necessarily be precluded on the basis that that person is disabled. I give an example, Mr. President. Under the national insurance system, we have this provision in our law which says that where a person who is, particularly those persons who work in the government service or government statutory boards and state-owned enterprises, are ill by way of injury or sickness and are away from work for more than 2 years, that they appear before a medical board and can be medically boarded. And then they will get their invalidity pension or disablement grants and so forth under the suite of the national insurance legislation and the regulations made thereunder. I have made a call, Mr. President, for that to be revised. And I want to make that call again because the system on which people are medically boarded does not necessarily accord with a proper evaluation as to the disability of the person. So we have the national insurance legislation treating people as disabled. They will get disablement grant, or they will be called an invalid, where they get invalidity pension. Under the latter, they cannot work, not supposed to work at all. So the NS pays them until they die. If they go and get work, then they have to repay the NIS. So that will really encourage a whole set of people who have some kind of functional capacity, because the clarion call in this bill is that persons with disabilities want to work and are prevented from getting jobs because they are perceived to be deficient by virtue of that disability. But at the same time, we have a national insurance framework which might assess a person as an invalid or a person who is disabled and they cannot work. And I've had the experience where a very senior orthopedic surgeon, given expert evidence in a personal injury case, came to the conclusion, as the court's expert witness, to disagree with the medical evidence that I was tendering on behalf of my client, where the medical board felt that this person was an invalid and could not work, full stop, to say that this assessment by the medical board in their legitimate medical experience did not hold water. Court was put in an invidious position because that legislation created a situation where a panel made an assessment but it was not the kind of functional capacity evaluation done, strength tests, and all the other different things that those trained in that scope of the medical field and the profession can do. So that I'm calling for a reform of the process of medical boarding. Not that I don't agree or I'm trying to stop public officers who get injured. I don't want it to quote from saying I'm trying to stop public officers from coming out of the service medically boarding. But the truth is that in the re-evaluation of how that is determined, it may be that they will still be able to get the national insurance assistance, but until such time as they are able to find alternative re-engagement, not necessarily re-employment in the same work that they did before, but not that they are rendered an invalid, suffering with the high cost of living in Barbados that we have on a patient that really cannot meet their day-to-day needs, but really they cannot go and look for work, because if they do, then they will have to pay back national insurance. So I think we need to re-examine that. This is not going to solve all the actuarial problems that have been set out as to why the government had to make the adjustments for the national insurance. It will not. But at the same time, Mr. President, this legislation creates a pathway for persons with disabilities to be able to find work and not to be precluded from seeking work or punished or discriminated against because they are seeking active employment. At the same time, we have hardback able-bodied persons who, through no fault of their own, have been diagnosed as not fit for doing work within the public sector. But that does not, in a medical sense, means that they are invalids. They are invalids for the purposes of the National Insurance and Social Security Act, but they're not invalids within a medical sense. And that disharmony has created some problems for persons because they have to mitigate their loss. They can't just sit down and say, I'll be injured, I never work again for my life, because if the medical evidence does not suggest that you are incapable of work, no matter what the medical board says, you're not going to get that claim for loss of earning capacity or loss of earnings for the rest of your working life awarded by the courts. So where are you? Follow the advice of your doctors and the medical board panel. You can't work, you're getting a small, very small and puny NIS invalidity pension, but there's an expert that says that you can really find some work to do. And that creates a difficulty for some people. And I think that the passage of this legislation has now liberated the concept that because you are disabled, you cannot work. The disabled community are saying that should not be a barrier, and therefore I am calling for reform of the system of medical boarding to give incentive for people so that they will not have to live off the puny invalidity pensions. Mr. President, with those few words, I am obliged to you, and I'm grateful to give my assent to the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Nichols. Senator Kevin Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am being forced to speak because listening to all these speakers and then keeping myself here at this hour, I felt compelled to add a small contribution. I rise, sir, because the first time the younger boy spoke, I had to interject in an attempt almost to defenestrate his efforts when he used certain, I would call, aggressive adverbs to describe things which were done. It's almost like a batsman who you see come out on the first day, although I'm no cricketing aficionado, and did a series of what you call swipes. But today, sir, even though I'm not part of that side, and we share just the same surname, I was extremely impressed with the contribution made by Senator Boyce. And I think that maybe less focus on him being part of the disabled community and perhaps more focus on an example of what the youth of this nation are capable of should be the topic of the discourse. I was extremely impressed with him and all the other contributors today. I have seen the growth of the young man, and something which is clearly passionate to him was articulated, I think, with prowess. And I want to publicly thank him for what he did. The only point I wish to raise additionally, sir, and it did not come up in the course of the variety of the debates, is that I believe that the section 36, which speaks to reasonable accommodation for employees, which employers would have to put in place, is something that should be the target of a detailed education program. It shall certainly encourage work for the legal practitioners, and I think it is something which it would behoove the government to add to their outreach arsenal. With those few words, I want to commend all the speakers, but to reiterate my almost pride in the presentation of Senator Boyce. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Kevin Boyce, the older. Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to close out this debate. It has been a rich debate, and it is one of those occasions, Mr. President, where when I started in my opening comments, I spoke about all of us being here for the purpose of service. And it is one of those days where the government side, the opposition, and the majority of the independent commentary also reflected the spirit of the debate. Today was not a day for bombast. It was not a day for politicization. It was not a day for carrying on about anything at all. It was a day where we came and we stood and spoke in the spirit of the debate in support of persons with disabilities as represented in this legislation, not just in what we said, but the tenor of what we said it. And I want to commend my colleague senators who I am referring to in this instance for their presentations today, both in substance and in tenor. Today was very much that day. And so we started with my colleague who spoke immediately after me, and I want to thank the honorable members of the Senate for agreeing to the use of a procedural rule in a standing order to allow for Senator Andrele Boyce, given the peculiarities of today's debate, to speak immediately following the leader of government business and before the leader of opposition business. And Senator Andrea Worrell, I want to thank you also for agreeing to that accommodation. Senator Boyce rose to the occasion. He represented the work of the commission extraordinarily well in person here today, and I want to commend this young man to Barbados as a voice who has stood alongside with others like Edmund Hinkson, Member of Parliament, who is in the other place and who now is in his own right a fierce and a visible advocate for persons living with disabilities in this chamber and outside of it. Coming right behind Senator Older Boyce, Senator Andrele Boyce, if we were to use the younger boys, was Senator Worrell. And you raised a number of important points that I want to, in particular, the question that you asked about the National Development Fund and how it should be providing funding. I believe it was also answered by Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight in terms of not just the establishment of the fund, how it is to be capitalized, but also the inclusion of members of the diaspora. And I think that that also would have supplemented what would have been your contribution, which was also very solidly presented today. Senator Malalou raised the point that was raised subsequently by others about the time frame within which the retrofitting of buildings will take place. But I think that aside from the fact that, yes, there is an operational component in terms of the time frame, the reality, yes, of persons living with disabilities needing this to be a priority for all agencies, government, and yes, as Senator Maynard said, it does bind the state. Both the private sector and the public sector are being called to take due cognizance of the persons who need us to make this a priority and to expedite the need for access. Now, I believe that Senator Nichols in his presentation would have outlined the rationale for the absence of the amendment as raised by Senator Malalou. And I think that on more than one occasion, Mr. President, and certainly each one of us in cabinet as ministers and each one of us as legislators, we have repeatedly come here, and I want to urge colleague senators to remember it from one debate to the next. Sometimes, and we've spoken about it before, the amendments are not all consolidated in a single place, and Senator Nichols said that. This is not the first time we have experienced it. It is something that we experience each and every time we are dealing with old legislation that has been amended many times. I know I have stood here, for example, and spoken about the Companies Act, which is over 30 years old, and you can't find all of the amendments in one place. And I think that it is important for Senator Nichols to say that, it is a clarion call for us to have the legislation consolidated, but let us be clear that each time it comes up, the answer is still the same. The amendments have not all been consolidated in the same place, and at times, what we experience with this will happen, but it doesn't mean that the legislative amendment does not exist. Now, Senator Paris made an important point as it relates to the sound and for persons who have an auditory challenge and the sound of electric vehicles. I think that sometimes we get excited by the fact that, the cars are really so silent, the buses themselves are sometimes so silent, and even for those who are not having auditory challenges, they can be silent. So what then about the safety implications? And that is an important consideration that I believe that between the Ministry of Transport and Works, the Barbados Transport Authority, and my own ministry, which is responsible for the energy sector and the electricity sector regulation, could potentially come up with a solution along with the Commission. Senator Rogers was theological in his presentation. Thank you. I think that for many of us this week, and I know certainly for Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight and I, who are as many churches across the nation at the start of a year, who are in fasting and in prayer mode, we very much appreciated your contribution and the theology behind it. I think Senator Monroe-Knight also started to preach to the extent that the president leaned over to me at one point and said, "You can't speak during the sermon." So I want to also express appreciation to Senator Chad Blackman, who in his presentation spoke not just about the legislation, but the legislation as it connects with the economic environment, the commercial environment, the investment attraction environment, and the broader tourism agenda, and the commitment to be a country that facilitates business for all, including persons in the disabled community, and the use of technology that we take for granted, including things like swiping a debit card, putting it into a machine. How do we make sure that Barbados is, in fact, that disabled-friendly community? That is an important contribution, and I want to acknowledge it here as well. I believe Senator Nichols has responded to the points raised by Senator Monique Tate. Senator Morris also was historical, and I want to express appreciation for his contribution, as will be the case with Senator Chris Maynard and Senator Crystal Haynes. Now, I think Senator Crystal Haynes, in a very personal presentation around her own son, Alexander, and her experience and how she has been interacting with him in the school environment is a story that many mothers know all across Barbados. I believe Senator Rogers also spoke about it, but I also want to take the opportunity to recognize several of the mothers and the caretakers out there who have day to day gone to, in their own way, they have to navigate not only what's happening in their own homes, but what's happening in their workplaces, and call on employers to accommodate their members of staff who are caregivers for persons with disabilities. It is not an easy road to walk. There are any number of challenges. I know certainly in my own circumstance, my personal assistant, who was dealing with a son who had his foot amputated. And for several months, she was off on leave. And I remember saying to her, "I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Family comes first. Focus on what your family needs of you right now. I'm okay." And so I wanted her to be able to focus on the things that mattered. And I'm calling on employers, bosses, managers, supervisors. You cannot get 100% or even close to it out of your staff members when that child is homesick or when that person who is in their household that they're a caretaker for with a disability is uncared for and they cannot get the support. Support your employees if you want to get the best out of them, but also because you're just a good person and it's the right thing to do. Mr. President, I then want to come to, I believe I've spoken about Senator Dr. Chantal Monroe-Knight and Senator Nichols, the new legal framework, in particular, winning hearts and minds for Senator Monroe-Knight. And then Senator Kevin Boyce, bringing up the rear, spoke about the need for reasonable accommodation for employees and the need for us to ensure that there is an education program. Senator Monroe-Knight, in her presentation, did speak about the fact that, and it is embedded in the report, that there has to be an extensive communications campaign. Mr. President, I went through each one of these speeches for the reason, Mr. President, of saying that this has been a full debate by the members of the Senate of Barbados, and it is an indication of the commitment of the members of this Senate, and I hope that is reflective of the commitment of the people of Barbados to ensuring that this legislation comes off of the pieces of paper that it is written on and becomes a lived document that sits in our hearts and mind and is reflective of the community, of the society, of the workplaces, of the education institutions, of the healthcare institutions, and of the wider Barbados and how Barbados projects itself to the world that we all want to see. And with these few words, I beg to move that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution, let me just remind you of the subject matter. Resolution to, here we go. And we are dealing with order number 6, colleagues. The resolution to the Parliament approve the national policy for improving the lives of persons with disabilities and the 2023 national report of the National Advisory Committee to guide the establishment of a commission for improving the lives of persons with disability. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Thanks, the ayes have it. This resolution is therefore passed.
Mr. President, messages from Her Excellency the President, recommitted.
We're back to announcements. Just to introduce them, we have a message from Her Excellency the President, dated, this message is dated today, 15th of January 2025. Her Excellency the President to the Honorable the Senate. Her Excellency the President wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that she will be absent from the country on Friday, 17th January 2025 on vacation leave. Her Excellency further wishes to inform the Honorable the Senate that, in accordance with the provisions of Section 33 of the Constitution, the Very Reverend Dr. Jeffrey Douglas Gibson will perform the functions of the Office of President during Her Excellency's absence, given under her hand the President at State House, 15th of January 2025.
Presentation of papers recommitted.
Presentation of papers. Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I am commanded to lay the following document, loan contract number 5908 OC/BA between the Government of Barbados and the Inter-American Development Bank, Barbados Climate Resilient South Coast Water Reclamation Project of December 12, 2024.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate are moved by Minister, recommitted.
Senator Cummins.
Mr. President, I beg to move the appointment of Senator John Rogers as the Deputy Chair, temporary Deputy Chair for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Senator the Reverend Canon Dr. John Rogers be appointed acting Deputy President for the remainder of today's sitting. Will all honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. Senator Rogers, thank you for agreeing to serve. Please take your appropriate seat.
Public business reverted.
Public business.
Order number 8, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill 2025.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honor do not leave the chair.
Correction for the record. Order number 9, in the name of the Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2025.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill not be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that you do not leave the chair and the Senate resolve itself into committee for further deliberation on this bill.
The question is that it do not leave the chair and the Honorable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Clause 1.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 1 do now stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 do not stand part.
The question is that clause 2 do now stand part. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee. All honorable members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the immediate passing of one bill in committee. Senator comments.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Road Traffic Amendment Act 2025. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. We think the ayes have it. This bill is now passed and so cited.
Order number 8, in the name of the Honorable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Bill 2025.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill now be read a second time.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that Your Honour do now leave the chair. The Senate resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill.
The question is that I do not leave the chair and the Honourable the Senate resolve itself in the committee for further consideration of this bill. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The Senate is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts and clauses, please.
Permission granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to introduce an amendment to Clause 2. Wherever Social Empowerment Agency Act appears in the interpretation section, it should read, it should be the Act of 2025 instead of 2024. We're in 2025, and so we have to update the legislation. And so with that amendment, Mr. President, I beg to move that Part 1, clauses 1 through 4, do stand part as amended.
The question is, Part 1, clauses 1 through 4 do now stand part as amended. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 2, clauses 5 through 12.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 2, clauses 5 through 12 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 2, clauses 5 through 12 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 3, clauses 13 through 20.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move an amendment to clauses 13.1 as made by an honourable senator, a recommendation, and to delete the words the and Barbados appearing immediately before the words disability tribunal. This is with regard to Article 13.1 and Disabilities Rights Tribunal. And so with this amendment, I beg to move that clause, that section 3, clauses 13 through 20 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 3, clauses 13 through to 20 as amended do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 21 through 26.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 4, clauses 21 through 26 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 4, clauses 21 through to 26 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 5, clauses 27 through 34.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 5, clauses 27 through 34 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 5, clauses 27 through 34 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 6, clauses 35 through 46.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 6, clauses 35 through 46 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 6, clauses 35 through 46 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 7, clauses 47 through 52.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 7, clauses 47 through 52 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 7, clauses 47 through to 52 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 8, clauses 53 through 55.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 53 to 55 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 8, clauses 53 through to 55 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 9, clauses 56 through 61.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 9, clauses 56 through 61 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 9, clauses 56 through 61 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 10, clauses 62 through 66.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 10, clauses 62 to 66 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 10, clauses 62 to 66 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 11, clause 67.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 11, clause 67 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 11, clause 67 do now stand part. All honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 12, clauses 68 through 72.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that Part 8, clauses 68 through 72 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 12, clauses 68 through 72 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 13, clauses 73 through 75.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 13, clauses 73 to 75 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 13, clauses 73 through 75 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 14, clauses 76 through 82.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 14, clauses 76 through 82 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 14, clauses 76 through 82 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 15, clauses 83 and 84.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 15, Section 83 and 84 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 15, clauses 83 and 84 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Part 16, clauses 85 through 91.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that Part 16, clauses 85 through 91 do now stand part.
The question is that Part 16, clauses 85 through 91 do now stand part. Those honourable senators in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Schedule.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the schedule be the schedule to the bill. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee.
The question is that I do now report to His Honor the President the passing of one bill in committee with amendments. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported the passing of one bill in committee.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill not be read a third time.
The question is that this bill be read a third time. Those honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this bill do now pass a landmark legislation and be cited as the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2025.
The question is that this bill do now pass and be cited as the Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2025. Will those honorable senators in favor please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. This bill is now therefore passed and so cited. Senator Cummins.
And on that note, Mr. President, it's been a full day, a long day, and having concluded government's business for the day, I beg to move that the Senate be adjourned sine die.
The question is that the Honourable Senate do now adjourn sine die. Will those honourable senators in favour please say aye? Aye. Those against please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. I want to thank all of you for a very interesting and engaging day. Congratulations on the depth and width of your contributions. Special thanks to our, I was going to say, the two recognized priests and several others who have theological inclinations but have not been given the appropriate license to practice the craft. But it was a very interesting and enlightening day. I thank you for your wonderful service and contributions to our deliberations, and congratulations on the passage of this legislation. And my thanks to the members of the committee, and Senator Andrew Boyce, please convey my the thanks of the chamber, really, to your colleagues on the committee for the wonderful work which has been done. We are policymakers, but we don't necessarily design the policy. The policy really comes from the people and filter through experts, and there's a dialectical process, and we give the sign-off at the end of the day. But very often it wouldn't get to this point unless there are inputs from experts and the people. And I really salute them as well in getting us to this happy position. So I wish you all well until we meet again. Thank you. This sitting is adjourned.